Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Yu-Gi-Oh! And video game news. They said on Yu-Gi-Oh! That the last update was the last time we would ever see this, where it would pop up and then have you click OK to download. And immediately, just a couple days later, there's a new update for the Steam version. Maybe there was some kind of bug or something, I don't know, but it's certainly ironic to promise something and then not deliver so quickly. So looks like to me we have a lot going on here. We have a survey. If you did this survey, would you get any rewards? No. We have World Finals, which noticeably there is a World Finals button. Let's see. There are now 2 new additional secret packs, Guardians of the Sacred Summit, which probably aren't just going to be unlocked for like 30 days like the last time they added a new secret pack, and Ultimate Traditional Art. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for those. There is a new accessory bundle of this, and this, and this might also all be new. So we've got a lot of gold to spend, and then even more accessories. A lot of updates here for this Friday of July 28th. Let's see. Finals login mission with commemorative protectors. And the shop has been revamped with a new recommended page. So yeah, you can always tell how much they're trying to push you into the shop of any game by how much work they put into it. Okay, so let's see. I guess the recommended page is basically just a new tab for the secret things. These 2 new secret packs are going to be around for 30 days, so they are not the highest of priorities at the moment. Let's go ahead and get this Punk Jam Protector, which this is so brightly colorful, I can't even tell you what it is. Like, I see some kind of blob here, and I see something here. So maybe this is supposed to be like a mech or robot, but in general, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. This might be a bunch of flying cars in space. This might be a robot. It's like you just don't have a bigger image, and 8 feet away looking at this picture, I can't tell. And in all fairness, when you're actually playing with the card in the game, it is going to be that small. So yeah, Punk Jam Dragon Drive. So yeah, you are really creating just like a real issue as far as trying to sell things when they're not iconic enough, and that's why for the most part I do just play with the simplistic Master Duel backgrounds that are easy to recognize and read. This Sky Striker character I can recognize, but a lot of these, just particularly since they're dimmed out right now, they do just look like blobs. It's just blobs of color. Some of them are very simplistic backgrounds. And then they said there were more accessories, but I'm noticing we're not really seeing them. My concern here, certainly, is that I would buy one of these, and then the other one would be out. So this is a bundle in which you get background art, an avatar, a card protector, and 4 Master Duel packs, or 5 Master Duel packs, which for 600 gems is very cheap. But it is worth also mentioning that master packs are just the 1 in 7,000 cards. Like, not anything particularly special here, or that you could really focus in on. Although in all fairness, I would like to see the game push players to buy master packs, because noticeably, in over a year of this game happening, there really has never been a point where it has made sense to open a master pack. If it was the master pack cards that were really the only cards that could ever be turned into crafting points, that might push me more to open master packs. Also, if perhaps the master packs themselves were capable of handing out gems or crafting points, there might be something interesting there too. Of course, that would really break the realism of opening a card pack if all of a sudden there was a card that was just gems or was just crafting points. Let's see, with that we have found 2 extra secret packs. You can't purchase any more of that, so it's a one-time deal. It didn't exclude you from getting this other deck, which, okay. We got plenty of gems, but plenty of places always to spend gems too if we want to. We're right at the end of the month, but potentially we'll have to figure out if I even can play the World Championship, whether I qualified in that World Championship qualifier, or whether anybody can play it, or whether nobody can play it, only if you select few people are playing it. I wouldn't be surprised if this World Championship isn't digital at all, and we are instead just getting digital recreations of things that are happening at an actual event that's actually happening at some convention center. We really are at that point where maybe it's not necessary for all cards to have an NFC tag in them, but it wouldn't be the craziest idea to have a tournament where you put cards in sleeves and the sleeves had NFC tags in them that were placed on a placemat that could read the cards. On one level, you could potentially just have a let's see what the featured cards here are. A lot of these cards we already have, so this isn't particularly a good candidate to pull unless you're actively trying to have just each of these cards in 3 copies for some strategy and some new meta changing, which this is where the digital game certainly could change the meta quite a bit, is if it was pushing players to get very specific cards. So we got a super rare and ultra rare. That unlocks 2 more secret packs. None of those were new, however. So I could spend 1,000 gems opening this pack, but I don't really see a reason to do that. Then we can do a free pull here. Wait, before we do that, let's look at the featured cards and see if this secret pack is any better. I would say this is a better candidate, certainly. There's some rares and neutrals we don't have, and a decent amount of super rares and ultra rares. So I could see buying a 10 pack from this. At a certain level, if you could make a mat, this would be a production issue. That's a that had a bunch of really cheap, inexpensive black and white, like extremely low pixel camera CMOS sensors on them, and then the card back pattern, the pattern on the back of cards had something like a QR code on it. Then you could print something like a QR code on the back of cards and then place it on a placemat that could read through its very cheap, low quality cameras. But inherently, there would be no light if you're placing a card directly on top of a placemat. So you'd kind of need a flash too, and so that doesn't make the most sense. And at a certain point, it probably would make more sense to not have your cards marked effectively on the back, but instead have just a single camera as part of a placemat where you always draw a card from your draw deck and then you place it onto the camera scanning point, and then the camera scans it, and then the board potentially lights up and reacts with LEDs and sound effects and things like that. But yeah, having one camera instead of a whole bunch on the placemat, on the playfield, playmat, whatever it's called. Okay, so we will open the 10 pack, which potentially locks us in to opening another 10 pack if we wouldn't have gotten an ultra rare. That being said, we do have packs that are guaranteeing us ultra rares. So while we're opening packs and dealing with all this new content, to almost certainly turn around and just be disappointed by more struggle with the Monster and Fairy deck, which I should have been playing off screen, but instead I opted to play more Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which I'm a little surprised Shadow of the Tomb Raider has managed to get a couple more hours of gameplay out of me with their DLC side quests and submissions, and just making sure you do all the tombs. It really is a game where you would have a considerably worse time if you didn't do the side missions and the tombs, or at least the tombs. Side missions I could see you skipping, but if you don't do every single tomb in the game, every challenge tomb, every crypt, you are not going to have an experience that is good or anything like what a Tomb Raider game should be. That being said, I still don't really feel like Shadow of the Tomb Raider is really even good compared to the other two games in the reboot trilogy, in this current reboot trilogy. Soon I am sure will be replaced by yet another reboot from Embracer Group. But the other thing I've spent yesterday on, or mostly I spent most of the time after Wednesday's stream, was I've been having these problems with Shadow of the Tomb Raider crashing, full-on rebooting of the computer, which shouldn't happen because of apps, and that should have been a red flag that I should have been more willing to mentally accept and investigate further. But yeah, we've had full reboots. Firefox has been crashing, and Harry Potter Magic Awakens previously had been crashing. This might be the first Prism ultra rare we've ever gotten, which is probably a pretty good one to get. But yeah, there's been just crashing problems non-stop for at least a month now, if not longer. What I think may have happened, and I can't even remember if I actually did this, and this is a problem of I personally just need a assistant to document every action I take to remind me later. Like, and most humans would probably be very helpful if we did just have an undo log or a history like you could in a software, just to say, hey, you did this, remember you did this, because so many actions humans take are just subconscious, and you just do it and you move on. That was quite a lot of new cards, which arguably makes an argument to decide whether we want to do it again. Probably no, though. Plus we have like 30 days to rethink this too, since that's a new thing. So we could come back at any point in the next 30 days and open up more packs. And we also have 31 days still on this featured pack, which, if there's 31 days still on this featured pack, that highlights that they gave this new secret pack considerably longer amount of days to be unlocked, where everything else has 24 hours. I think they are probably moving in the right direction, though, to just kind of get rid of the idea of the secret packs and the 24-hour limit. It would make a lot of sense to say, hey, we're gonna at the very least double this to 48 hours, probably take it to a week. Like, you have a whole week to think about it and purchase it, because that timed pressure gameplay mechanic, I don't think, is really convincing a lot of people to go forward and purchase things they weren't going to purchase otherwise. So yeah, anyways, I've been having crashing, and so what I think happened is, for some other reason, I went into my BIOS and I noticed that the XMP overclocking, which is kind of standard, there's just a real big difference between what was the last true standard as far as RAM speed, which is somewhere around 2100 megahertz, and what RAM really can handle these days, which is anywhere between like 3000 megahertz to probably 5200 megahertz. Although there is a lot of question basically just on, do you have a powerful enough CPU and motherboard to handle those speeds? Which, long story short, it seems to me like I don't have a CPU or motherboard powerful enough to handle the 3600 megahertz RAM that I had purchased last time I had about a year ago, when I had a completely separate problem with the AMD processor. And honestly, it does really boil down to, I don't think I can recommend AMD Ryzen. I don't think there's just enough bug checking there, and I think AMD Ryzen is getting a lot of performance by pushing itself and auto overclocking itself in ways that could be very wonky and dangerous, particularly considering how I did have, I guess I'll open this, I did have this whole situation where the trusted platform module literally physically broke some RAM, and I know a year ago it broke the RAM because it was straight up, the computer couldn't even boot in that situation. This is not that case. In this case, what was happening is, by turning on the XMP and just letting it auto to the speed the RAM knows it could handle, it was going up to 3600 megahertz. And so I did some RAM tests, which is how I determined this was probably the problem. Hopefully I've actually found the problem and fixed it. So I did the Windows Diagnostics memory test, which is terrible, because all it does is, the first time it comes back with an error, it says contact the manufacturer. It doesn't tell you what the error is. It doesn't tell you what memory address could be the problem, which would help you potentially identify which stick of RAM. If you have a 1 gig stick of RAM, just to be simple, we'll say 1 gig, which would be way too small in modern computers, and the error is in the first 1 gig stick of RAM, then almost certainly that first 1 gig is your first stick of RAM in slot 1. If not the stick of RAM in slot 1, then it would be the stick of RAM in slot 4. It definitely wouldn't be the one in the middle, or the last slot, not slot 4 per se, just whatever your last slot would be, because we probably are going to get to a point where we start to have 8 or more slots on personal computers for RAM. But yeah, there's a Linux, Ubuntu live CDs, and most Linux live CDs have a special mode to test the RAM using a program called MinTest86+, which is much better, just as far as giving you information. But either one will pretty quickly tell you if you have something wrong with your RAM. But noticeably, unlike the problem a year ago, where I could only remove the bad RAM to fix it, I was able to determine that when XMP was off, it would pass the memory test. So I was able to diagnose it and spend more time on it after Wednesday's stream and say, okay, so there's something about XMP. It's using too much voltage. It's using too much bandwidth. Something's going wrong there with the overclocking. And like, I'm doing just like automatic overclocking. I'm not going in there and trying to tweak the voltage myself. On my motherboard, if I could have tweaked the voltage, there was a dangerous spot there where I was said, maybe I should just turn up the voltage a little bit and see if that would fix things. And it might, but thankfully my motherboard doesn't seem like there's really a way or an easy way to find out how to do that. Here we have quite a lot of new cards from that. So I think that worked out well. Yeah, this is now no longer a particularly great candidate to open new packs on. So yeah, I could potentially push the voltage or tweak something if I was smarter about overclocking and wanted to get into weeds with overclocking to get it back up to 3600. But I would rather underclock than overvolt any days. You definitely would rather under something first before over something in almost every case, just for safety, because if I overvolt, I very possibly would break the RAM physically and have to potentially try and replace it one way or another, sending it back or buying new ones. See, this is weird because this gives me the feeling that I had opened up some new secret packs, but it looks to me like either I didn't or I'm just not getting the label. So then I slowly, this is a decent candidate to open more. Do I have enough crystals though to really do this? Let's think about it. So I slowly started to turn down the speed, and I went from like 3600 megahertz on the RAM to I think 3300 megahertz on the RAM. And it's not in increments of 1 anyways. It's a multiplier factor, so that's basically 4 notches on the dial downward. And 3000 megahertz versus 2100 megahertz is still a significant amount of difference in speed, and potentially the difference in speed probably won't even be that noticeable, losing 600 megahertz from a theoretical. But this really highlights like the problem we're in right now. I have a 2-year-old computer. I probably should build a new computer in 2 more years just to get away from AMD and its problems. But we need a much better standard as far as RAM in particular with DDR5, and I do think DDR5 probably is a much better standard. This is a much better candidate. Let's go with this one. Uh-oh. Now we're looking for an ultra rare, or we're going to end up buying a second pack of this. But yeah, the RAM should just plug in. It should know its speed, and that is with the version 3 of XMP, that there are default profiles in there, but it's still not on the motherboard side like auto-detected and auto-enabled. So by default, if you're building a new computer right now, and I'm sure plenty of people have done this, they put the RAM in the computer and then it is just run at a considerably slower speed than what it can handle. There should probably not be as much of a bottleneck between motherboards and CPU. Like, I have no idea how expensive of a top-end motherboard I really would have needed to get to just 3600, and DDR5 RAM is getting up to like 4,000, 5,000 megahertz. And yeah, so I don't know how big of an experience of motherboard you'd really need to be able to support 4,500 megahertz DDR5 RAM, and arguably maybe the RAM is not even that useful at such a high speed, because you still have these core limiting factors in which each core of a CPU is really still only being getting up to 900 megahertz each, and so you're getting like 16 core 32 thread CPUs that each do 900, and then they multiply that 900 by 32 to get the technical speed of like 5 gigahertz or more on a CPU. We're also kind of just running at the end of science, where unless we can find some new technology, unless we can move to a quantum state to speed things up, the speed of CPUs are going to eventually just plateau, and then it is going to be a desperate struggle just to have more and more optimized software and more efficient software, and no software programmer cares about really optimizing. So now we have even more new cards and even more secret packs opened. We did get an ultra rare, but we have to kind of stop at this point. We just can't go any further. If anything, I think the game has possibly increased your odds of getting secret packs in general. We still are very far away from having a 100% complete collection of cards, with just one of every card. But yeah, right now, looking towards the future, in the next 2 years, I'd like to build a new computer with an Intel CPU. I think Intel CPUs just have more of a history there. Plus, I don't think have a default overclocking just enabled by the BIOS. In general, I'd like a more easy to configure and set up DDR5 RAM. There are some other things certainly that could be improved too. At the moment, there is a push that might get adopted to having onboard or below the motherboard power connectors, trying to move all the power connectors on the back side of motherboards so that there's just better visuals and better airflow. I think it's probably a little bit more about visuals than airflow even. But in particular, if you can get the video card power connectors that are increasingly wanting more and more power on the board instead of having a plug, extra power plugs at the top, that would be nice. Frankly, even if they just adopted that there would be a standard spot in which there was a cutout in the motherboard where a power plug went, that might be a solution, although I doubt they would really go that direction. Let's see. I guess we've opened more than enough packs, so we'll leave these legacy packs alone. Now on the recommended, this is labeled as new and this is labeled as new, but this one has an exclamation point. Did we not already deal with this? Looks to me like we did. We'll just go back here and double check this too. Everything else is purchased as far as the recommended page, and we have 2,000 gems left. Now noticeably though, there's still not a ton of reason to go back and play solo. I haven't done solo in quite a while. Let's see how many extra cards we got there. This tier limits deck has totally failed me. This is like the second time I've tried to make a new deck, and I've just not been able to put enough interest and time into it. So we get 470 more normal crafting points, 260 rares, 10 super rares, and 10 ultra rares. Not a terrible bit of extra crafting points there. Let's see. Didn't really mean to come in here. Let's see. Monster art. What did we just get? Did we get anything monster arty? Swap that, I guess. Do we have like a new frame? No. Probably got a new icon. Do I want to swap the icon? No. So yeah, I don't even know how to change the wall art here. That was the thing I thought we had just unlocked, and let's see. I don't know what wall art we just got to potentially change. It looks to me what has happened is that they've merged the monster art section here into this headline section here. Okay, so now you select this. It wasn't like this before. And then you get this. Which, in all fairness, that does simplify things. Let's see. Didn't really mean to come in here. Let's see. Monster art. What did we just get? Did we get anything monster arty? No. So yeah, I don't even know how to change the wall art here. That was the thing I thought we had just unlocked, and So there we have a Master Duel pack. I don't think I'll particularly care enough to play that. 6 more duels will get me at least 50 more gems. Winning in duels, unlikely to happen. Log in, duel lives, all that. Go ahead and collect. Now noticeably, no World Championship quests. So yeah, I've said this one before, certainly, and no World Championship option here too, interesting. But I do think I've fixed the problem, although in fairness, I would say it might be a case that I need to turn down the overclocking speed multiplier, and yeah, a little bit more, one more notch. Right now I turned it down to the point where the Windows memory test, which runs by default twice in a row, did not return any errors. Whereas if it is overclocked, if it was overclocked before to the highest speed, it would return an error before it got somewhere before like 5%. Errors would come very quickly. Of course, also if RAM, DDR5 RAM, just required the ECC functionality, error correction check code channel, whatever it is, I think it's channel. If ECC was the only way you could get DDR5 RAM, having errors because something was overclocked wouldn't be that big of a deal. Although, honestly, having an error that often probably is still a big deal. But yeah, I do think at some point there is a point here where I may still have some weird instability and need to turn it down, and I may just have to turn it down 2 or 3 notches even to a lower speed, which would still be faster than the default 2100 megahertz. 2100 megahertz is basically DDR3 in its first iteration. So what are we doing here? There's final stage 1, and then there's a schedule here, and it seems to me like there's groups. That's for Japan, Asia, North America, and Europe and others. And the teams, I guess, are To the Future, Sindang Pros, Team 7, and Shapes Na TH. And then there is a second group of people for Bogan Japan, Lil Pingu, PRRJ, and Snipe Hunters. And yeah, I have no idea who any of these characters are, but obviously there's going to be a grid bracket here in which the Japanese people will play against the Asian people, North American people, and Europe and other people, and then they will also at the same time, when this grid is being filled in here, this row, this here will also get filled in, this one here will get filled in there. So these are just really reflections of how it goes. Really, in a grid like this, you could just black out this whole part, because the information is literally just going to be a reflection on this line of the same information, unless you were somehow trying to indicate that the Asian team was going to play Japan, and then they were going to play a second game against Japan right after that, which might be the case. And this really doesn't seem to really explain how many actual games are going to be played, because these are like team wins. So these each may be little minimal mini tournaments. Yeah, and let's see. the best of Group A will go against the second place of Group B, and the second place of Group A will go against the best of Group B, and then there will be a competition between whoever wins those competitions to determine the tournament. So, cheer your champion. Depending on the results, you can win a awesome reward. So by default, everybody's just going to pick either Japan A or Japan B. I doubt seriously that you're going to have Yu-Gi-Oh players better than the Japanese people, so let's, I guess, pick Bogon Japan. This is interesting too. They have little interviews here. Yep. Some of these interviews are also mentioning just how many years they've been playing this. How long have you been playing Yu-Gi-Oh? 18 years. So, yeah, that information is probably not going to help you too much. So, we'll just choose our champion. And then, looks like we could change it during the voting period if we wanted to. If our champion is the winner, we'll get a legendary pack ticket, ticket with a royal finish, ultra rare, and 2,000 gems times 250 players selected randomly, so not everybody getting 2,000 gems. And then if they're the runner-up, you'll get a legendary pack with a royal finish and a legendary pack ticket, which is pretty much exactly the same. And then if they're in the top 4, you'll just get a legendary pack ticket with a glossy finish. And then if they're in the top 8, which means anybody, as long as you choose the champion, you'll get a legendary pack with a super rare guaranteed. Glossy finish super rare, not royal finish super rare, and not royal finish ultra rare. So yeah, these are super rares, these are ultra rares, so you definitely want to pick the winner. How are you supposed to know the winner? I have no idea. To actually watch it, seemingly you have to go on YouTube. So it's just not really integrated. And if you want to know the actual tournament rules, there's a wall of text here you can read. But man, it's been 43 minutes and we've not done anything as far as actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh today, and I have to apologize for that, but in a lot of ways that's Yu-Gi-Oh's own fault. Meanwhile, all we can do as the plebes playing Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel is just continue to try and get victories to get up to this mate, which this ends in 2 days, so I really do have to drop everything and start playing this. So yeah, I was able to make several episodes of Shadow of the Tomb Raider yesterday after changing the RAM and haven't had any problems. I left it running and it was still running this morning after 12 hours, so that's a good sight. Inherently, that is the issue, is that you don't really want your computer to just be able to pass the Windows memory diagnostics tool. You want your computer to actually act the way you expect it to act and bug free. And the only way to really test that is to just go about your daily business and continue to use your computer, and for me that's continue to play video games and make content. Now, in the whole process of diagnosing, I also updated my BIOS on my motherboard, which is probably not a terrible thing to do, but ideally you would never really want to have to do that. That too is becoming like more and more standard of a thing, where there are like BIOS viruses that would potentially justify updating the BIOS. And for gigabyte motherboards, they're actually fairly slow to say a BIOS isn't a beta BIOS. So installing the one before January 1st, 2023 is like 2 updates behind. And so the last 2 times I have updated the BIOS, it has been with BIOSes that are a little bit more beta-y, and they have letters after their number when you would ideally want just a BIOS number and gigabytes naming convention. So yeah, I also updated the BIOS. I also installed new drivers. I do believe installing new drivers freaked out OBS, so I was having a problem I've definitely seen with OBS before, where it's not playing back the audio to the monitoring headphones. That is definitely an issue, and so I had to try to mess around with the settings and change the setting and then change it back, and eventually I did manage to get everything working, hopefully. With my new system of actually listening to videos after recording, I'm definitely in a better position to find the errors if I can find them. There's still very high possibility that me skipping around the video doesn't highlight an error, or there's just something I'm not hearing or not seeing that is happening, but I would never catch those errors anyways. But yeah, the new, you've got to listen to the videos right after you record them, automated scripting I have is very helpful. It does break flow a little bit if you wanted just to make one recording and then move on to the next recording, but particularly when you're playing like Shadow of the Tomb Raider and I'm making 2-hour plus episodes, I'm gonna take a break of some small amount in between the recording anyways. But yeah, so I've installed a new BIOS, I've installed new drivers, I installed a Windows 10 update that was optional, that doesn't really seem like it's changed anything at all. So, and at a certain point, why install an update if it doesn't seem like it's going to change anything, particularly when it's supposed to be a like noticeable update. I understand potentially installing updates that are just security updates, but yeah, I still have the trusted platform module turned off. I have no need for it to ever really be on my computer, like, so as long as I have that disabled, even though the new BIOS turned it back on, I just went back and turned it off again. As long as I have it disabled, it will never, Windows will never try to go to Windows 11, and I'm more than happy with that outcome. Although, in all fairness, Microsoft almost certainly is going to drop the requirement for a trusted platform module and secure boot, and then they're going to just create some kind of what they'll call insecure Windows 11 to push the visuals. Windows in general is just a huge mess, and I would like to see, if I was in charge of Microsoft, I would like to see them just severely reduced the amount of programs and code in Windows to a much more bare-bone experience, a much more uniform experience, and just drop legacy support overall for a lot of stuff. Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I would say that kind of feels like what Windows 11 is it is making it less and less likely that Windows would be able to be made to look like Windows 95 or Windows XP, or run Windows 95 or Windows XP programs. At a certain level, just some straight up nagging on old programs might be what's needed. Where programs that haven't been updated after a certain amount of time are just immediately flagged every time you try and launch them, and blocked every time you launch them. But honestly, nothing is going to change the behavior of decades of corporations who just don't want to retrain older employees or get new versions of their programs. They just don't want to pay for IT stuff in general. As for Shadow of the Tomb Raider, like, there's really not a lot to say around it. I'm just running around collecting things and doing missions, and honestly, particularly with the DLC, extra challenges and extra tombs, they're pushing you in a far enough direction where you're likely to find 99% of all the collectibles. So it is increasing the odds, certainly, that I will just fast travel back to the few places where I missed something and go and collect things. Now, weirdly, I would say, though, doing all these side missions are giving me skill points to unlock the last few skills that I haven't unlocked, which destroys the idea of a new game plus. Like, I just don't see a reason why you would want to play Shadow of the Tomb Raider a second time in the first place, because the story's just not that good. But even if you did, a new game plus, you're going to be very likely to have everything unlocked, and potentially every single gun upgraded. The gun upgrading and the gun collecting concept in the game is really vestigial. It's just there because it maybe made sense in the first game or the second game. Honestly, I'm not sure it ever did make sense. Lara Croft in particular, if they're going to do the Year of the Bow concept with the first of this reboot, it would have made a lot of sense for her to just have a handgun and upgrade the handgun a few times, and never have shotguns and never have assault guns, which is not something that is iconic about Lara Croft. Almost certainly there were shotguns and handguns at some point, but she is known for the dual handguns on her hip holsters more than anything, as somebody who hasn't played the previous games. There is also something about the previous games that makes it feel way more like a video game. Like, the old Tomb Raider games, looking at more footage of those games since I really can't play them, look like Mario 64 type game where you are in a video gamey area and you know you're playing a video game, and you know you're moving around these wider open rooms and jumping and side jumping and backwards jumping, and doing all these kinds of video gamey acrobats, much like Mario in Mario 64, where he is doing a lot of that stuff, just high action, high movement, fast movement actions. Let's see. And that is just something you don't have when playing the new Tomb Raider games. Is you're in very small, narrow areas in the new Tomb Raider rooms. I'd say at least 60% of the Rise of the Shadow of the Tomb Raider is set up in such a way that you're walking down a path, and when walking down that path, man, I've just lost here. Whatever. In the turn, move on, play the next game. Yeah, 60, 70, 80% of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, you're walking down paths that are from point A to point B, and it is a narrow 4-foot wide pathway. So you can take a step to the left, you can take a step to the right, but otherwise you're effectively just being forced to walk forward or turn around and walk back. On top of that, with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, you're also running into a lot of sections where the game just arbitrarily takes control away to do a cinematic cutscene where it's forcing you to walk somewhere, versus a cinematic cutscene where you walk up to a character and talk to them, which at that point, that's fine. It's perfectly fine to walk up to somebody and then have the camera become more zoomed in and prettier as you're talking to characters. But yeah, when you're just walking and then all of a sudden you're not doing anything, and that's a lot of even the climbing action parts, which is extremely repetitive and boring by the third game too, because you'll jump to a ledge and then you'll stumble and lose your grip, and then unless you have bought the skill, you'll have to hit X for a quick time event. But if you bought the skill, that quick time event goes away, leaving only one other quick time event in the whole game, really, which is being attacked by wolves and stabbing them in the neck if they knock you down, which you only fight wolves really if you choose to, and you're probably only going to do it 3 or 4 times in the whole game anyways. There are some other times when you have to mash X, but they're not really quick time events, and in the menu you can toggle just holding X on that. So when you're mining or when you're breaking down a wall, you can either mash X at that point or you hold down X, and I've just enabled holding down. That is one of the few accessibility features that I think even people without any real problems will appreciate, is just being able to hold down X instead of mashing X. There's kind of no point in mashing X. There's kind of no point in a lot of Shadow of the Tomb Raider in general. It is just there to slow down your gameplay and make the game longer, when honestly the game in its original form without the DLC would have been probably too short, and gotten criticism for that. But with the DLC, it's actually too long. One of the things potentially to recognize is that in the original Tomb Raider of this most recent reboot, the first game in this reboot, you unlocked the ability to shoot an arrow with a rope on it and connect that arrow with a rope on it to a pole that was wrapped with rope and another pole that was wrapped in rope, so that you could then slide down that rope slide. And that, I think, took 2 or 3 updates to get to that point. So because I think you started the game without a bow and arrow, and then fairly quickly got a bow and arrow. Then you got the upgrade to shoot the arrow with the rope and pull down walls that were using the arrow and rope. Then you eventually, I think, got another upgrade to make the rope connect on 2 ends. None of that is the case with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. You have all of those abilities from the very beginning of the game. So why engage with that function just because it was in the previous games? And instead, why not just have ropes already made where you can slide? It would perhaps make some sense if it would, like, maybe make some sense if you were using the rope to only go one way and not the other, which there is a not really needed ascender feature that you can buy that unlocks a few places where you can get some more collectibles, but without that you can still climb upward on ropes, and so maybe that's what they're trying to avoid. But they could have certainly just had muddy ropes or wet ropes, something like that, that would make it so you can't climb upward. And honestly, I don't think that's just the case, because it's always one directional anyways. You're always shooting from one platform to another platform, and you can't get to that other platform and work your way backwards into a tomb. I guess I could keep more of an eye out for see if that ever changes, but for the most part, I would say it feels like they're just having you shoot the ropes for no reason half the time, just so you do something different other than climbing. There's a real lack of variety around Shadow of the Tomb Raider 2, also compared to like the 5th or 6th game, where she was going to different cities and interacting with completely different temples and tombs. Yeah. Everything in Shadow of the Tomb Raider is really set to be a Aztecian looking tomb from the same society and same culture. So you really just get the same thing over and over again. And there's totally room in the story for difference, like, but they just didn't spend any effort on it. I think this is probably going to have to be our last game, just so I can focus and move forward. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk forever today. At the very least, I can try to cover video game news. Yeah. Because, yeah. at a certain level, I just have way too many complaints about Shadow of Tomb Raider for the game that should be the grand finale of this series, and potentially even the game that would open up a door to trying to unify the timelines of this reboot, the previous reboot, and the original series, or even just open up a door in general for what Lara Croft would be in the present, in the future. Apparently, at some point, Nickelodeon also bought the rights to Garfield, so Nickelodeon owns now Ninja Turtles, Garfield, and everything Nickelodeon actually originally created. I saw somebody retweet this that it was Jim Davis's birthday. Jim Davis here, definitely looking fairly old. And honestly, I mean, you can't really say too much hate around Jim Davis, but there is always this controversy in the back of my mind that's just never been provable, in that he has employed a lot of, I think, pretty much nameless shadow writers for him, shadow animators in particular. And when you look at like the way Garfield was drawn originally, Garfield is not drawn anywhere close to that now. And so I really think that of the hundreds of volumes of Garfield books that have sold, I think he probably did the first 7 to 10 of them and then started hiring out somebody else to draw it for him. Which, yeah. As far as writing the story, there's not a ton of writing in a 3-panel comic that you can do. But, yeah. You can't hate on Garfield that much or Jim Davis that much. He has managed to avoid most controversy. And Garfield is an interesting example, and this doesn't have too much to do with video games. There have been some Garfield video games. There's like a Garfield racing kart game that came out a couple of years ago, which would probably be the most recent one. But he is a concept that, if there was anything really to copyright on Garfield, which I don't know how much you really could copyright, orange tabby cats in general actually exist in reality. So if somebody else wanted to make a comic strip around an orange tabby cat, they certainly could do that. And perhaps you could own a copyright on a orange tabby cat that loves lasagna, hates Mondays, and answers by the name Garfield, if you did all of that. But noticeably, if Jim Davis died tomorrow, and if the copyright laws were written in some way that things went into public domain the second the original creator died, which it's not a terrible thought to argue, certainly. What could you really do with Garfield if it was a public domain character? And at a certain point, I guess this is the same argument you can make with Mickey Mouse. That being said, Mickey Mouse, I think, has just been in a lot more character-defining content, so I think you could ruin people's memories of Mickey Mouse a lot easier than you could ruin people's memories around Garfield. That being said, as soon as the Winnie the Pooh character went public domain, there was immediately that horror movie that came out based around Winnie the Pooh as a cheap cash-in. just a really low effort horror movie. But that's pretty much all that has been made since Winnie the Pooh has gone public. Nobody has actively tried to write a new Winnie the Pooh book, kids novel, which honestly, it's shocking somebody hasn't done that. It would have made a lot of sense to say, hey, I'm writing a new Winnie the Pooh series, and that's probably what people would do with Garfield too, is that if Garfield went public domain, you'd just have a lot of people making more Winnie Garfield stories. And Garfield in particular has been fairly lenient, or Jim Davis as a corporation has been particularly lenient on fair use and not really suing people for doing Garfield things. There probably have been some people selling merchandise using Garfield, and I wouldn't be surprised if you tried to make an Etsy store that they would stop you if you were making bootleg Garfield merchandise. But the Garfield minus Garfield comic strip that removes Garfield and just shows John as a depressed crazy person has been left alone. The horror creepypastas of Garfield being a monstrous character, a Cthulhu-esque monster, has been for the most part left alone. But you would think if Jim Davis really cared, he would probably try to stop some of those creepypastas around Garfield being a monster. There was some other creepypastas that came out years ago around Garfield, and that's been left alone. If anything, Jim Davis has been extremely non-litigious against parody and things like that. And you would think there is definitely a chance that he would become more litigious, as I imagine newspapers are selling less and less, so I would imagine Jim Davis is getting less and less as far as putting his comic strip in newspapers, and book sales, I imagine, are not getting any better. What's funny about this, too, as an idea, and this again has nothing to do with video games, is that perhaps making a successful childhood icon and being beloved, even if that's not really what you care about, and look, you did, and I'm just making a speculation here, even if Jim Davis wanted to just make a lot of money and didn't really care about Garfield and just sell a lot of books, perhaps just being beloved has pushed people like Jim Davis to be better and not be litigious and not come off as scumbags. Maybe they just have a better understanding of PR, whereas there definitely have been cases where people have made successful things like J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, and they have not become like controversy averse. And they've instead embraced controversy. And at some level, I think George R.R. Martin even probably embraces a little bit more controversy than he should. I think Stephen King probably, even in his own personal life, got better, stopped doing the cocaine, and maybe that made his writing a little bit worse, arguably, but I think he got better as an actual human being and parent and husband. And I can't help but think that some of some of his success in his horror writing helped him with that. Although, for every instance in which you could maybe say that's the case, there's plenty of other instances where you could point out that somebody got rich and successful and then they got pushed down the Hollywood life of doing drugs and sleeping around and becoming just narcissists and all of that. Here is an example of how the animation changed. 45 45th year of anniversary. And I guess also, since Nickelodeon now owns Garfield, the Jim Davis really doesn't have much of a say on it, so he doesn't have to be involved. I mean, again, really old looking guy, probably happy to retire. But yeah, I heavily suspect that this is the original Jim Davis animation here, and at some point in the 80s he stopped, and definitely by the 90s you see a much more a very different art style that is probably just shadow animators as far as how Garfield is drawn. And yeah, even here you have this 1970s Odie that looks fairly different from the way he's drawn here. Again, I think I'm just going to lose. Yeah, I think this will be our last game for today. Yeah, so still really struggling to get to this point, and I would just need 2 victories in a row to get to this point. They really are ruining the idea of having card art or background art here with this. Would have made a lot more sense for it to be over here, or just squeeze this down. They're just trying to fill the screen with more and more advertisements, basically. Yeah. So 4 more games need to be played. Daily quests mostly finished, but that's pretty much it. So yeah, to wrap up the Garfield rant, Odie, drastically different here. Tiny nose, black ears, and big spot. Goes to brown ears and less, no whiskers really, or less of a whisker here, big spot. And then by the 90s you're making him a little bit less stretched out on the neck. Like, look how short the neck is in this depiction versus this giant neck. Big tongue compared to this one. Although I don't know if all of these are the iconic of the entire decade of how they were depicted. But yeah, the ears get smaller, the neck looks smaller, the spot gets less emphasized. The feet ironically get bigger at some point, and then you start to have these much bigger feet for both characters. And then the height difference also gets changed, where his ears would have been higher here. Now Odie is actually much smaller than Garfield. Noticeably, part of the reason why Garfield is so successful is it is just a 2-color, even when colorized, backgrounds, almost always, if there's any backgrounds at all. It's just a surface they're standing on in the background, solid color. When you look back to the 70s, there's some dithering of like trees, and there's grass, and even in the 80s you have a baseboard of a 3rd color, and they've just dropped all of that in the animation style. I probably could just continuously scroll down Garfield's Twitter feed for quite a bit here. But yeah. Yeah. I definitely read quite a few Garfield comics in my childhood, as far as just how... Whoops. That was not what I meant to do. As far as my childhood went, which in a lot of ways probably just highlights that I wasn't really trying to read actual books. And yeah, there's not a lot of it there that's worth ingesting. You run into this problem in particular with like 3-panel comic strips when you're talking Calvin and Hobbes or Garfield, which I have like the entire anthology of Calvin and Hobbes books. It's like 5 books or 4 books in a box set, and I have not actually sat down and read any of it, even though I did like Calvin and Hobbes. It's just a problem of ingestion that I certainly have, in that I ingest media almost 100% on my cell phone digitally, and these 3 comic strips would be better if they had like proper RSS feeds, which at one time there was like a comic website and you could get comic strips in RSS feeds, so every day you just get a new comic strip and check it out. But that has long since been defunct from like previous decades ago. But yeah, trying to sit down and read a collection through books is not going to get you very far. And even in schools, even though they encourage reading only in your off time, which there's just so many other things you could do. If there was a like daily 1 hour of silent reading time in schools overall, some classes certainly do that when the teacher doesn't have anything else for you to do, then ingesting things that way might make sense. But then you also would probably have people reading comics and comic books and chuckling and wanting to discuss it with other people. But yeah, it really is a form factor that is just dead, and it probably would have even been dead in the 70s as far as comic strips that would have been in newspaper. People don't read newspapers anymore. They don't have that free time where they're taking tea or drinking a morning coffee before they're going to work to read a newspaper. If we want news these days, it's either online things, Facebook things, Reddit, or possibly YouTubers, which that does point out an interesting idea. It is a little surprising that there isn't a website out there that could take something like a 3-panel comic strip and put it in between a YouTube short, or put it in between YouTube videos and at some level, I guess that's what YouTube Shorts could have been. And almost certainly Nickelodeon would sue you if you tried to make YouTube Shorts around comic strips you didn't own, like Garfield, or somebody would sue you, whoever owned the content. But if you were a new animator, making a YouTube short around your comic strip, just show one panel, then show the next panel, then show the next panel, wouldn't be a terrible thought. If you could get voice acting, it'd be even better. Let's start talking about actual video games, and now in 24 minutes into the stream. Apparently, Paul McCartney made a Destiny 1 theme, and apparently it is going to return to the game, even though we're really playing Destiny 2 at this point, for the final shape. Which... is this the theme here? And by theme, I don't even know what they really mean there. Do they mean song? It would make a lot more sense if they meant song than visual element. I guess it is a song. Okay, that's much more understandable than what this looks like. the final shape here made me wonder if we're starting to see potentially the end of Destiny as a series, or the end of Destiny 2 at least as a series. I'm not sure if that's really what they're hinting at, um, but I wouldn't be super surprised. And then at that point, I really would have to question, what is Bungie planning on doing next? Because they really don't feel like they have another thing set up to go to potentially hype and replace. And honestly, just announcing a canceling of Destiny 2 would be the wrong way to go about it. Here we have a cosplay of Fragile from Death Stranding, which, if anything, this is an example of Kojima fairly dropping the ball as far as making an iconic, visually looking character. The prop of the weird umbrella is incredibly difficult to build, certainly. And her outfit is just fairly generic leather with nice like labels on it, so it is kind of visual there. Now, having not played Death Stranding, I vaguely recall though that Fragile's storyline is actually fairly good as far as a character. She's in a lot of ways the opposite of Quiet, where Quiet barely has any personality and she can't talk for the entirety of the game. So she's just this silent woman in a bikini, sniper character that you just ogle at, where Fragile, I think, has a lot more backstory and story to it. And if anything, I think it is a 100% opposite direction of Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5, in that they've covered her up completely. And I think that in the name Fragile, there is also something special about some special ability she has where she can't touch people, or people can't touch her without hurting her, or her hurting someone else. Otherwise, there's not been a lot of Death Stranding cosplay, because the only other main character is the male protagonist character. And yeah, generally I just don't feel like there's been a lot of hype around Death Stranding after its original release, because people were expecting they were definitely expecting something different from just being a delivery service with a weird gameplay mechanic and crazy storyline. Like, people appreciated Death Stranding for the crazy storyline. I don't think anybody really appreciated the actual gameplay mechanics and the concept that Kojima was going for. His concept is too avant-garde, and video games in general being, in part, things you are selling and capitalizing on, they can't be that off-putting. They need to have recognizable, relatable gameplay, and probably a little bit more relatable story than you sometimes get with Japanese creators like Kojima. Notably, Studio Ghibli put out a new Ghibli movie with no advertisement whatsoever in Japan, and people are not particularly liking it because it is just more of the same. It's just a worse version of previously made Ghibli movies, which, yeah, I guess that probably explains why they didn't bother to advertise it either. But yeah, even Ghibli can't go that can't get away from making unrelatable content, and yeah, that's probably a bad comparison. Anyways, we'll move on. Phil Spencer, noticeably not leaving Microsoft as far as we know, still has the green Xbox logo, which has been a long time since that's happened, and still having a entire release schedule, although notably the release schedule will need to be updated in a few months. But yeah, he tweeted 8 hours ago that he enjoyed being on stage with Yoshi P and Kiru San to announce Final Fantasy 16 is coming to Xbox, which there was that whole controversy of the director, I believe, of Final Fantasy 16 saying they need to buy the game on PlayStation now or it won't succeed enough to ever be ported to anything else. And as quickly as it has now been announced that it's coming to Xbox, that seems like that was just straight up not being as honest as he really should be, which has been kind of the problem, is that the director and maybe one other person who's been talking about Final Fantasy 16 has been saying things that have irritated the fan base more than hyped the fan base to actually play Final Fantasy 16. Noticeably, Final Fantasy 16 coming to Xbox also highlights that it might sell fairly well in Japan on Xbox, whereas Final Fantasy 16 worldwide probably won't get that many more sales being on Xbox. Otherwise, last time Phil Spencer retweeted was the 20th, and actually said anything was July 19th, which I'm more than happy to see people in charge of Xbox not really tweet that much. He is labeling himself as the head of Xbox, which makes an interesting question as to what Major Nelson Larry Herb was, but it might be that Phil Spencer was head of Xbox, whereas Larry Herb was in charge of Microsoft Gaming in general. GameStop has fired its CEO 2 months ago, and now its chief financial officer has resigned. Diana Sadjakev, who was only named CFO in July of 2020, will be departing on August 11th. GameStop is really in bad predicaments overall, in that the parent company that acquired it really wanted to just pump and dump the store and cause it to pay out the investment company and the shareholders a lot of money while destroying the store in the long run, leaving it burdened with a bunch of debt, which is it's the exact same company that did that to like Toys R Us. There was the Game Stonks people on Reddit that had kind of a leader-like character that got a controlling share and a seat on the board of GameStop. So perhaps he is also I think it was this Ryan Cohan. He's the executive chairman, so he claims to have an idea as far as fixing GameStop. And there's certainly a lot of ideas that can happen as far as GameStops go. It would make a lot of sense for GameStops to be inside of Targets, inside of Walmarts, just doing kind of a branding deal where you have your separate company inside of bigger superstores that have video game sections that can be walled off, since GameStop has that infrastructure set up to sell used games and buy used games and basically act like a pawn shop, because there's a ton of local laws that prevent you to act like a pawn shop, and there's a ton of extra risk of, oh, is this game stolen? Can you prove it's stolen? That, say, a Walmart, Supercenter, or a Target may not want to deal with. And that's why Walmart and Target both don't buy used games. But there is also an argument for GameStops to be their own isolated little stores. There shouldn't be anywhere as many of them, but one in every city makes sense, if not more than one, depending on the size of cities. And there is potentially a way in which Amazon.com would benefit from having video games in particular sold used, and owning GameStop and owning the brand. The branding around GameStop is still pretty good. It's not called Video GameStop, so certainly they could expand into board games and other kinds of toys that are game-like, and even little toys. They've already done Funko Pops, and Funko Pops own games. But yeah, I could definitely see GameStops existing kind of at a loss, owned by Amazon, so Amazon can just make sure kids are still playing video games and still buying video games in physical medium instead of it just all going digital, and then Amazon potentially losing any profits they can make on video games. And same is true for Walmart. Like, there's lots of reasons for a company to potentially own GameStop. There's some other reasons and things that need to be fixed around GameStop, though. It's not a real job in the sense that it doesn't pay enough hours and doesn't pay healthcare benefits to the employees, and so it is just a bunch of passionate adults that love video games that work there, or kids that are getting abused. So that there's a issue there. I could see Best Buy in particular maybe trying to merge with GameStop and having like a GameStop inside of every Best Buy store. That way you could push people to buy other kinds of electronics on top of video games. But yeah, there really is no reason why GameStop should fail like it has. In the same way that there really was no reason why there shouldn't be enough room for at least one Toys R Us. Maybe Toys R Us's storefronts were far too big and didn't need entire rows and rows of bicycles being sold. But yeah, it definitely makes some sense to potentially have a toy section in a toy store you can take kids to and isolate it away from other stores. Like, inherently you always hear of some kid that is being dragged away from the toy section at a Walmart because the parents don't have the money and don't want to buy them toys, and yet the toy section is there and they have to walk past it, or they have to walk around it in some weird way. So avoiding that is ideal, certainly, too. And that's some of the benefit of Toys R Us. You don't take a kid to Toys R Us unless you're planning on at least considering buying them a toy there. You don't take a kid to GameStop or let them go to GameStop unless they're considering actually letting them buy a video game. Moving on, Remnant 2 hits a series best concurrent player record within days of its release. So it's probably not super surprising. It hit a peak of 88,500 concurrent players at the time of writing from GameDeveloper.com. ExileCon 2023 is a Path of Exile exhibition for July 29th in Auckland, New Zealand. And so looks like they're going to have several presentations happening. We might get some news around that, but I wouldn't be surprised if we won't. Serious Sam has tweeted 7 hours ago saying Sam is me, which this got retweeted by Crow Team, which maybe hints at there being fairly close to another release of Serious Sam. You know what? It kind of almost would make sense to play the Serious Sam series. I have a lot of those games, and comparing Serious Sam to like Lara Croft, here is yet another character that very well could have been way more iconic than he is. But in the case of Serious Sam, I would say he's severely limited in the style of first-person shooting arena games that he comes from, it would have made some sense at some point to try to give Serious Sam more of a personality and more of a narrative story if you wanted to make him a actual like mascot character. And I just don't think that's what Crow Team really has the budget for or wants to do. I think Serious Sam is supposed to be just like the Duke Nukem character, the Doom guy character before Doom rebooted. Characters that really don't have personality and just shoot a bunch of people. And that works particularly when you are making a game that is a first-person arena shooter, is that you just don't need that backstory and don't really want it. He just wants to be, you just want him to be your fantasy fulfillment stand-in character. And Serious Sam probably does that perfectly well. That being said, that does create the problem that I really don't have a lot of reason to play Serious Sam games, and I've never really considered playing Serious Sam games because of that. Because the first-person shooting elements will be supplemented in other games way more with like RPG elements or narrative story elements, whereas in a Serious Sam game I would straight up just be shooting enemies and nothing else pretty much. There is this post-mortem blog post here from a contributor from GameDeveloper.com talking about Let's Revolution, an attempt to transform Minesweeper into a turn-based strategy roguelike. And on Twitter they said the tweet was, what if you made Minecraft but it was I mean not Minecraft, Minesweeper, but it was good, which inherently is a bad way to phrase it. Minesweeper is a good game. It has established itself as being an iconic desktop game back in the days of Windows 95 and 3.1 when it was introduced, that has stood the test of time and is still playable today. There are clone ripoffs of Minesweeper that come out even to this day without really trying to change the way the game plays or improves. Minesweeper and FreeCell released in Windows 3.1 specifically to help people learn how to use point-and-click mouse features. FreeCell is designed specifically for the left-click drag. Minesweeper is designed specifically for the left-click and right-click functions. And that's assuming you even have a right-click, which may have just been a double-click back in the day, depending on the mouse you had. But yeah, they were included for very specific reasons, much to the chagrin, I'm sure, of some bosses who would see their employees wasting time playing FreeCell on company hours. But I've seen people try to make 3D Minesweepers and it not be any more interesting. I've seen other skins of Minesweeper and they're not that interesting. I will say this game does look interesting, and certainly you can make a game around the general concept of Minesweeper and then make a new game around that that has a lot more, but I don't think you're reinventing Minesweeper and making Minesweeper good by any means. Notably, you have this poor understanding of history when developing a game. Yeah. In all fairness, yes, Minesweeper is not a AAA hyper-realistic first-person shooter game, but that doesn't mean it was bad. I'm too old, certainly, and have too much history and experience myself of playing old games that I'm willing to say all old games are bad and all old games needs to be improved. Yeah, to have no reverence for what came before you is to really set yourself up for failure and being disrespectful to the history. Apparently there's yet another Harry Potter game called Harry Potter Hogwarts Mystery. This one has been, I think, around for a little bit longer. It's at version 5.2.1, but I just heard about it because it's getting an update taking the story past Harry Potter, past Hogwarts. Let's see. There's seemingly not much different here, other than Magic Awakens seems to let the characters be set further in the future and have more wild clothing, where it seems like Hogwarts Mystery keeps them mostly in traditional old British school outfits, ties and coats and things like that, school uniform type things. I wish there was more screenshots than just 2 here. Can't even click on them to make them bigger. The Apple Store preview is pretty bad, isn't it? But yeah, the main thing to point out there is that there is just too much, too many Harry Potter elements. So I saw Borderlands retweet this, Mental Mars, which I've never heard of before. But they retweeted this. A lot of different Borderlands experiences are coming up. Sounds like a good time to be a Borderlands fan. There is a community event called The Hunt that is August 2023, Q1 of 2024. There is the recently announced with no details Borderlands Echovision live interactive video of some sort. There's a Borderlands Dead or Alive, which I haven't heard anything about this, so I kind of assume that this is a Telltale story continuation of the Borderlands Telltale games, not including Telltale anymore. And then the Borderlands movie is August 2024, which we haven't seen really anything of that, and then potentially more. So yeah, a lot of Borderlands stuff, but I don't know how much of this isn't just Embracer Group trying to make as much money on Borderlands as they possibly can versus a really well thought out introduction of Borderlands to a new generation or big burst of improvement of quality of Borderlands content. Oh, noticeably here, there is no Borderlands 4 being talked about, which one would hope that they're secretly working on a Borderlands 4. And I don't know why you would have the number 3 up here for The Hunt and not here or in this point. I think the 3 would go away. But yeah. And then Second Dinner had National Intern Day with showing off their interns, which, yeah, you really can't take too much from internships in general. Like, you can't include diversity statistics legally on interns, even if they were paid interns. I don't think that really counts. Even if you legally could, it really doesn't count. So having a fairly diverse group of what looks like 2 Asian guys and then a white guy, a white girl, and a black girl is not terrible. Having 5 interns for as small as Second Dinner is probably a decent number. Number probably could be higher. That being said, None of that really matters because Marvel Snap is just Marvel Snap, and your enjoyment around that is just that. Apparently, they've got 20 creators that they're going to have highlight Marvel Snap. I don't recognize any of these creators at all, which is not surprising if they're all like Twitch streamers. I personally have basically sidelined playing Marvel Snap at the moment to focus on the end of service and just trying to unlock as many costumes in particular as possible in my Destiny Child lewd anime girl gacha game. Like, I am potentially going to actually make it to the point where every character and every costume that I possibly could have collected will be unlocked. Or I might even be surprised and they may give us more information as far as what the memorial update is going to be, and I might get to a point where I don't really need to spend the resources I'm getting, which you're getting massive amounts of resources right now. I may not need to spend them on the things I need to spend them on, and so that might create a big pivot. In particular, I need the Onyx currency, and getting Onyx is still fairly expensive if I'm trying to unlock outfits. But I have made massive amounts of progress overall, and I definitely think I'm probably already 80% of the way there to unlocking all the visuals and elements, and the memorial update version will be very nice. That being said, a memorial update version will probably lose any interest in checking it more than once a year once you're done, because I mean there's just not a lot to do there. There's a lot of storyline stuff, awakening storylines in particular, that I'm skipping and not reading, so I could every day log into the memorial version of Destiny Child for potentially a year or two and read one awakening story and get more backstory on characters, but there's not too much else you can do. Like, if there isn't any gameplay in the memorial version, there's just not going to be any gameplay there. If there is some gameplay there, it's going to be fairly limited to getting very limited sub-selection of resources to just finalize everything and unlock everything. And once everything is just unlocked, once you have as perfect of a collection as you can on Destiny Child, there just won't be a reason to do the daily quests anymore. And that might be part of the problem with Destiny Child in general, is that if you were spending money and buying the products that would have made it so you got so far ahead and so late game, there wasn't really a reason to continue playing the game, particularly if you're just not trying to win player versus player sections. But yeah, until I'm done with Destiny Child, I'm pretty much not paying any attention to Marvel Snap. I'm still playing lower decks, and obviously Yu-Gi-Oh is still an issue too. But also, I have yet to find any good suggestions for something like Destiny Child to replace it that I'd actually want to say yes to. So I may find myself eventually training myself away from playing Destiny Child in favor of just playing more PC games or even Nintendo Switch games, and getting more content made through playing PC games at least. Moving on, Nicki Minaj is coming to Call of Duty. Snoop Dogg and 21 Savage are also joining the fight. So, yeah. Definitely seems like it is the case that more and more games are willing to have celebrities put their appearance in games. Although I would say Snoop Dogg in particular here should probably say, hey, give me a little bit more hair. He's kind of balding, he's kind of old at this point, so it wouldn't really hurt for them in video games to do a slightly younger version of Snoop Dogg. But yeah, this does, to me, mostly just show that Call of Duty Warzone and Modern Warfare 2, which seem like they are always advertising themselves together, seems like they're not trying to be particularly serious. It does kind of make a lot of sense, though, that celebrities would want to be in video games and have their appearance and their likeness in video games. It is certainly perhaps more rappers and pop singers are probably the people playing video games and of an age that would have grown up playing video games, whereas older actors, not so much. I imagine Tom Cruise does not play video games, so I imagine Tom Cruise in particular wouldn't care about his appearance being in a video game, even though it would make a lot of sense. Or Tom Hanks, who kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to be in a video game. He's obviously a little older too, so no surprise there. And yeah, you pretty much have to excuse like licensed movie games as being a different thing, where yeah, Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones in an Indiana Jones game is a different thing than Harrison Ford as Harrison Ford in Call of Duty, if he was to be released that way. That being said, it's kind of surprising that there isn't more The Rock and wrestlers in general showing up in other games. That's probably an idea that WWE owns the likeness of all the wrestlers and characters created in WWE, and then Vince McMahon just doing a real bad job of licensing out the likenesses to other video games outside of your annualized wrestling game. Let's see. Moving on. Video Game Chronicle has a review for Disney Illusion Island. Generally, I don't pay any attention to their reviews, but I will mention that they've given it a 3 out of 5, calling it a charming but basic family-friendly Metrovania, which is not a terrible idea to have a family-friendly Metrovania. In general, charming might be a little subjective in this newer, what I would say, weird and off-putting style of Mickey Mouse being depicted. This to me does not feel much like Mickey Mouse. If anything, this feels like, hey, let's hire the worst animator we can find who we can pay the least to draw a character that's kind of like Mickey Mouse. But yeah, I just don't feel like this is a good animation style overall. And I'll just leave it at that. It'll be perhaps more interesting to see if other people review it as mediocrely. Team Nicholas put out on the 27th a Binding of Isaac Rebirth update for the App Store. Afterbirth and Afterbirth Plus and Repentance DLC is now available for iOS at last, which I don't know if you'd really have that good of an experience playing Binding of Isaac on a cell phone, but I guess it's an option. Do seem to weirdly have a button prompt, though, in the way it plays. But yeah, Team Nicholas in charge of Binding of Isaac at the moment. although notably they have other things that they're trying to highlight and promote in their headline. Tencent has acquired the visual novel publisher Visual Arts. Visual Arts isn't just acquired by Tencent, the company is also seeing a regime change now that its CEO, Takahiro Baba, is retiring. So, from what I assume here, Visual Arts, as a visual novel publisher, is really giving up the ghost. The CEO is retiring and doesn't want to be in charge, so he's sold it to Tencent, which Tencent just is shut down Destiny Child, so claiming because it wasn't profitable enough. So I would almost assume that Tencent's involvement is going to eventually destroy Visual Arts as a publisher of visual novels. Now, I don't know how many publishers are out there of visual novels. I know there's probably at least 3 or 4 of them. So I would assume other developers who make visual novels would just go to a different publisher, and probably you'll see very little releases, very, very few releases from Visual Arts, if any new releases at all. The publisher, Visual Arts, may own a series or two that's fairly popular, though. I guess the question to potentially find here is, if I click on the gamedeveloper.com link to Visual Arts, let's see what this leads to. A Japanese site, blog, all in Japanese, mergers and acquisitions. Let's see. Here we have several visual stories, which Clannad is one of the most well-known. One of the most well-known ones. So they have animation and they have company. Let's go with company at the top banner and see if we could get maybe a better list. Oh man, these websites are terrible. Just look how terrible all the pop-in and nonsense is. There. Let's go with animation, I guess. Sample animation chapter 1. I think there's just ad blockers galore blocking everything here. So yeah, if all of a sudden the publisher that potentially owns the rights to Clannad is under the thumb, if not being completely destroyed by Tencent, that sucks, certainly. But maybe they only publish Clannad and they don't really have the arts, the rights to Clannad, and Clannad as a visual novel also already kind of exists. I don't think there are new Clannad spin-offs or sequels happening. What we could do certainly is check out Steam later and see what is on Steam by Visual Arts. And so I'll just copy that text. And then our final major story 2 hours into the stream says Activision is suing a TikTok user after he threatened to sue them for using his audio. The company claims it has the right to use the audio from the viral pizza clip. Which, yeah, that certainly is the kind of lawsuit that Activision Blizzard probably should not be pursuing at this time, when they're trying to get their merger through, and they really just don't have a need um, to cause controversy. And this probably will cause controversy, because if this is the same Anthony Fantano that I'm thinking of, he has a whole YouTube channel about reviewing music and audio. In the video, which the TikTokers duet involved another previously uploaded clip by another user, Fantano watches someone cutting a pizza into progressively smaller and smaller slices, which results in him shouting, "It's enough slices." The clip became a meme online and has reportedly been remixed and reused numerous times over the past 2 years. Okay, so this is a long-running 2-year plus meme. I don't know this meme though, which there's so many of them, no surprise there. However, when Activision then used the "It's Enough Slices" in its own TikTok video promoting Crash Bandicoot sneakers, Fantano contacted and threatened to sue, which he has been within his right to do, and it would have made so much sense for them to say, "We're sorry about that. Well, how about we pay you a small license for using your audio and come to an agreement, or we'll remove it." He sent a letter to Activision asking them to remove the video and demanding a settlement. Activision responded denying it had done anything wrong, but agreed to remove the video any way to avoid litigation and without any admission of liability. So yeah, obviously they did something wrong. He then contacted them again, saying video removal wasn't that, and that he was prepared, I assume. I assume this is supposed to be prepared, prefer, or prefer. He was prepared to file the lawsuit in New York, even though neither defendant nor Activision are in New York City. Filing in New York probably wouldn't work at that point, but the copyright was happening on the internet, so yeah, change of venue would almost certainly happen there. Next day, Activision reportedly spoke to Fantano's lawyer and was told he wanted a 6-figure sum as a settlement. They also allegedly claimed that other companies had previously reached similar settlements with Fantano to avoid the expense of litigation. I really wonder if this is the same Anthony Fantano that I've seen. I don't really know him. Let's see. This is the thing here. Is I really don't have time to search all of these. People. Yeah, I think this is the guy I've seen. Seems like a lot of his TikToks are extremely controversial joke things. KKK Kanye, Obama summer playlist is Jason Alderan song racist. Alright, so yeah, maybe Anthony Fantano here is a lot more litigious than I thought he was, but I've only really watched 2 or 3 of his videos, and he did seem like on his YouTube videos to have at least a decent thought out opinions on the audio he was reviewing. And inherently I could see how you would get litigious for all the times I imagine he's had things demonetized or taken down on YouTube for talking about or playing clips of audio music, to potentially have the thing happen to him on the other side. I could see where he says would want a 6-figure sum, and frankly I can't blame too many people for just trying to get a cash out against Activision or anybody else anyways, because let's just face it, life is hard and we could all do with a six-figure sum settlement. It'll be interesting to see if that goes anywhere, and inherently if it does go somewhere, how far it would go. It does seem certainly like it would be a general mistake to make any real assumptions at the moment. Okay, I'm trying to find Visual Arts as a publisher on Steam here, so we can get a general idea of what is listed here, particularly on Steam, which may not be really that much. We have Little Busters English Edition. There is kind of this kawaii, moving, not super close to moe art style that seems to be fairly consistent here, which inherently this might also be a sticking point, is that Tencent might acquire Visual Arts and then realize that a lot of their games new can't be put on Steam because of Steam censorship, or maybe Tencent and Steam just work hand in hand to censor. They have the Clannad bundle here for $76, which includes 3 games. Clannad being basically the number one. It's either Clannad or Steins Gate as far as the number one quality visual novel games. A lot of these games, though, are just bundles. It's actually quite a lot of bundles here. So Harmonia, Little Busters, Clannad, and maybe Planetarian HD if you care about that. Seems to be the main damage if Visual Arts went away. Visual Arts /Key as a developer have a developer pages, and that would add Looper, Rewrite plus Summer Pockets, and then Tomoyo after. So potentially at the moment it would make a lot of sense to get the Clannad bundle, and that is, I think, about all you could say there. Is just, if you're on Steam, if you want to spend a ridiculous amount of money right now, $76 for 3 visual novels of Clannad. SteamDB has said Clannad 1 has been as low as $15.74, and that was in June 23rd of 2022. Some of these side stories maybe aren't that important, but at least Clannad 1 is something to think about grabbing right now before Tencent removes it and we never see it again. Moving on to Video Games Chronicles articles. Let's burn through this as quickly as possible. We are also looking to see if Firefox gives us any trouble or crashes today. So far, so good. Bandai Namco Europe has launched a YouTube channel for its game soundtracks. Fans can listen to soundtracks for the franchises including Tekken, Dark Souls, and Soul Calibur. I think in a lot of ways this might highlight how they're giving up on the idea that they could sell soundtracks to people. For the most part, either you're going to get ad revenue on something like YouTube, which is what I assume they're trying to do there, or you're just using soundtracks as a way of convincing more people to buy the games. I definitely would like to see an elimination of game plus soundtrack DLC bundles on Steam, but Steam probably would never do that. It's weird that it's Bandai Namco Europe doing that instead of just Bandai Namco. So that probably does highlight that the Japanese people feel like they can still sell soundtracks, and they probably can in Japan. And definitely deluxe editions are still justifying their own existence by including CDs of full soundtracks or even records sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an increase in vinyl records being included in collector's editions of video games. But as far as people in the United States, people in the West buying soundtracks, there are no music stores. They haven't been music stores really in existence for decades. Everybody is either just listening to things free on the radio or on Spotify or something like that, and the licensing there. There is definitely an argument that I won't get into that some forms of art, like music, really should just be free anyways. That they inherently don't have physicality to them, and they don't have a real value other than the artistic value they provide. And that in general, art would be nice if it was always free. And I'd like to hear musicians just getting grants for creating art, or just everybody on universal basic income, so you can create music because the music is inside you, instead of creating music because you need to fund your lifestyle or pay your bills, or create music to sell CDs or to go on tour and become a rock star. I don't really care about Video Games Chronicles podcast, but they're asking, does anyone want PlayStation Q, which is very premature. August free quote-unquote games with Amazon Primes have been revealed. We'll be able to claim new titles every Thursday, which frankly is too often to potentially have to go back to that page. A new Red Dead Redemption logo appears on the Rockstar's website. Red Dead Redemption was rated in Korea last month, so more evidence, I suppose, that we're getting a new version. Comcast credits the Mario movie and Nintendo World theme park for an earnings bump. The film passed $1.3 billion worldwide in the box office. Notably, there's not a lot to say about the Mario movie at this point. We'll probably get a sequel, and that'll be that. And if anything, that's just a major success, being like I think it's either number 1 or number 2 highest grossing movies ever, not having major controversies despite a lot of stunt casting, nobody really having big complaints. Nintendo really couldn't have hoped for any more than that. Now it's just going to be a matter of, can they make a sequel that's as good, if not slightly better, or is the sequel going to be worse and you're going to see diminished returns, and getting the timing right on the sequel. With the strike going on, they've got extra time certainly to bide as far as making a sequel goes, so the absence will almost certainly cause fans to be happier if 3 or 4 years down the line we get a sequel instead of next year getting a sequel. Although it is also a kids movie, so if it's 3 or 4 years, maybe those kids will be too old to go watch the second Mario movie. I really wouldn't be upset if every 4 years you get a Mario movie, but they're not connected and they're not serialized in any way. That might work fairly well too. We talked about Nicki Minaj coming to Call of Duty. PlayStation 5 sales knock £75 or €75 off the console's price in Europe. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will be revealed in Warzone, which that seems like a weird way to make people play the current game to promote the next game, but I guess it kind of makes some sense. And if anything, that may highlight what the future may be like, in that video games will be so successful as a advertisement venue as much as they are now the biggest way to sell entertainment, that yeah, it makes some sense. You don't see video games being advertised in trailers before movies. You see movies being advertised in trailers before movies. You also don't see soundtracks or other things usually advertised in trailers before movies, although I have seen some of that happen in the past. But the vast majority, it's movies are advertised before movies. So it makes a lot of sense that video games would be advertised in video games, which that sounds like a bad idea overall, but it's how it's going to be almost certainly. And yeah, I still think there is probably a reason to see video games advertised on TV and on YouTube, probably more than even TV. Xbox has reportedly started suspending players who run emulators in retail mode. It's also outright banning users who upload emulators, it's claimed. Which, yeah, I don't suppose that should be any real surprise to people. There was a manipulation glitch, what do we call it? Exploit, yeah. An exploit that was released a couple of weeks ago to turn retail mode game Xboxes into being more open, that you could run emulators on it. And so yeah, it was going to be one of two things happening here. Either Xbox was going to do nothing about it, or Microsoft was going to do something about it. And Microsoft has just no reason to support emulators in that way. Like, Microsoft is actually fairly on friendly terms with at least Nintendo of America, if not Nintendo in general. And since the vast majority of the emulated games are going to be Nintendo games, that they're going to fall in line with Nintendo's anti-emulation stance. Whereas other companies probably also don't like emulation, like Sega. They don't have that much influence. And Microsoft wouldn't really care if PlayStation games exclusively were being emulated on the Xbox. But they probably do care if original Xbox and Xbox 360 games are being emulated on their platform. Moving on, no real surprise there. Tekken 8 roster has been partially leaked via network test data mine, which they have a whole long list of characters here on Video Games Chronicle if you want to look at it. Spider-Man 2 limited edition PS5 console bundles and DualSense pre-orders go live. This is probably the first time I've seen a even slightly nice skin as far as the swappable side plates of the PlayStation 5. But you're still getting that very Yonic is the word, vagina-like shape at the front, and a weird artistic design that is just far too weird for PlayStation. It'll be interesting to see if PlayStation 6 goes with such a weird artistic shapes, or if we do just get something that is much closer to a box, which is really, I think, all people really care to have, is just something that's kind of box-like. Oh, I also took apart my computer and dusted it just to make sure that wasn't the problem, but in all honesty, there was very, very little dust in my PC. I keep it on a bit of a stand off the ground, so it's not getting like dander and hair in it, and it's just on all the time with the fans going all the time in it, so not at full speed, but that keeps most of the dust out of it. We already talked about the Destiny 1 musical theme, I assume is what it is. Mortal Kombat 1's beta dates have been announced. Do we have the actual date? Beta will run from August 18th until August 21st. Patapon's spiritual successor, Ratatan, gets a new trailer ahead of its Kickstarter launch. It's always surprising when I hear a game is going through Kickstarter these days. We don't hear it very often, though. Final Fantasy XIV is coming to the Xbox Series X and Series S. Phil Spencer pledged to bring the MMO to Xbox back in 2019, so 4 years later. This confuses me because this potentially means Final Fantasy XVI is not coming. Yeah, I misread it. It's not 16, it's 14. XIV is 14. Okay. So this is a totally different group of people, basically, than the makers of Final Fantasy XVI. And Final Fantasy XVI is still a PlayStation exclusive. And yeah, the visuals for the MMO here definitely don't look like Final Fantasy XVI, now that I see the screenshot. This is a case where Final Fantasy XIV released in some year, or put a parentheses some year, would have been really helpful. But yeah, moving on. We already talked about the Castlevania series having a release date of September 28th. Sea of Thieves Season 10 being delayed. All this is pretty much old information once we got to the second page. Like a Dragon Gaiden looks like it will be a digitally only game in the West, which that might be an interesting experiment by Japanese developers to effectively not have to deal with as many Western companies by just saying, hey, we'll release it ourselves digitally only, instead of having to have a publisher make physical copies and ship to thousands upon thousands more storefronts compared to Japan. Like, Japan shipping physical discs super easy. Like, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 stores in all of Japan that sell video games. Probably 200,000, 300,000 stores that would sell video games, along a much larger landmass in the United States alone, let alone the rest of the Western world. We talked about the TikTok user suing them. Preemptively suing, I guess. I don't know what their state of a claim really here is, as far as the actual lawsuit. The lawsuit, which has been filed in California, seeks a jury trial and declaratory relief, which means it wants the court to declare that its conduct does not give rise to cause action does not give rise to threatened cause of action by Fantano, and this prevents Fantano's own lawsuit from going ahead. Which, crazy that you could potentially, as a corporation, sue somebody to prevent them from suing you. Isn't part of the idea in the judicial system is that everybody deserves their day in court, which is in part a fair part of the right to a fair trial, and in part a right to the freedom of speech overall. What they're effectively trying to do here is silence his speech in a judicial way, in which that he can't even file. They're trying to get him to not be able to file a claim. And you know what? It almost certainly won't work, because I've heard far too many stories of people suing over and over again, different people, same people over and over again, to at least file the initial paperwork. Maybe the courts get tired of people being litigious and filing a bunch of paperwork, but generally, yeah, I don't think this is going to work for Activision Blizzard, and I don't really see a reason why they would have even bothered. It makes so much more sense just to wait to see what Anthony Fantano files and then respond to his filing, because it would be very easy to just say, we want a change of venue to California, which will be more big business, pro business, and we want the case just immediately dismissed for a lack of standing and respond with those two requests instead of filing their own lawsuit. I seriously doubt Activision Blizzard has to be free and clear of lawsuits before they are acquired by Microsoft. I'm sure Microsoft has no problem to let their legal department handle Anthony Fantano, however they're going to handle it. The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons are now on Switch. These are Game Boy Color titles, available to anybody with a Switch Online subscription, which at some point I am probably just going to have to pull the trigger and get the Switch Online subscription. I think these two smaller Game Boy Color Zelda games are different from each other. I think they're fairly different games. They might be similar landmass, if not the exact same layout of the world. Here you have a Link in a kind of green skirt and white tights as he's being depicted, which is not something you really would expect these days. Of course, these are older games. I think there might very well have been one of these that came out way earlier than the other, and there might have actually been like a red and a blue version of some of these games, but I'm not sure. No, I think Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons are the red and blue versions of games. Both games were released on Game Boy Color on the same day in 2001, then were developed by a flagship of subsidiary Capcom. Plays like Link to the Past and Link's Awakening. Both titles have entirely separate storylines, but have a linked ending. Oracle of Ages is set in the land of Labyrinthia and sees Link taking on Viren and evil sorcerers of shadows. Oracle of Seasons, meanwhile, is set in a different world called Holodrum and has Link trying to rescue the Oracle Den from the ruthless General Onyx. Notably, Zelda not being mentioned here, or Ganondorf. Upon finishing one of the games, players will get a password which can be entered into the other game. This makes the second game serve as a continuation of the plot rather than a separate adventure, and reveals an extra dungeon at the end where players can see the true ending. Interesting. Of course, notably, Game Boy games, so tiny little pixely art. But worth going back, certainly, and playing these to experience what Zelda was before Breath of the Wild drastically changed Zelda in the minds of all new generation of kids. You still would want to play Link's Awakening or the Link's Awakening remake, which it's odd you have both options on the Switch. I think the Link's Awakening remake makes a lot of sense, and if anything, this probably points out that because this was not made by Nintendo themselves, that they're less likely to have Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons be remade for the Switch, although you could probably take both games and remake them and merge them. Increasingly, we're getting Game Boy and Game Boy Color games added to the eShop subscription service, as they've kind of run out of NES and Super NES games to hype people around. Yep. Weirdly though, I would say Nintendo probably will come out with a new Switch 2 or a Switch successor before they get all of the games on their eShop that they could, but somewhere around the halfway point of the life of whatever the next Nintendo console is, all of Nintendo's old games will be on the eShop and available, and then they will have very little justification or very little new to put on those services. They'll probably try and remove some things and put them in like a Nintendo Vault, like the Disney Vault, to justify the existence of the service, unless they just make the service free, which would ideally be the best solution. The service is free, so you don't have to pay a subscription, but you do have to buy gift cards and actually buy the games, which would probably work better for Nintendo consoles. Video Games Chronicle says it looks like Spider-Man 2 could be banned or delayed in the Middle East. Fans are reporting being unable to pre-order the PS5 game in a number of countries. We'll wait and see if there's any real news around this. Being unable to pre-order doesn't really mean that much. A new Diablo 4 patch makes it harder to accidentally activate the Premium Battle Pass. This update also resolves an issue with movement on some controllers, among other fixes. Which, yeah, people were not happy by accidentally clicking on Premium Battle Passes multiple times. Early access to Paradox Sim's rival Life by You has been delayed by over 6 months to improve various elements, including visuals, UI, and mod tools. Which, Life by You definitely looks like a game that could just be in development hell for ever and just never really come out, or it comes out way too late, or it comes out to very little interest, because I don't know how being able to kind of program your own Sims and have actual dialogue makes a Sims game particularly that fun. But Paradox Sims is also the maker of Cities Skylines, so they kind of have some pedigree behind their name. Let's see. Pokemon Go Studio Niantic's Monster Hunter game gets a September release date. Gameplay revealed alongside details on monsters and weapons that will be available at launch. Which, yeah, I'd assume this Monster Hunter game is a more traditional game and not just Pokemon Go with Monster Hunter monsters, because the monsters in Monster Hunter are not that varied, really. And just looking at the screenshot, I don't know how a walking game could translate into actually fighting monsters and killing them, and hunting monsters in Monster Hunting really wouldn't make sense if you were just automatically hunting them because you walked to a specific area. So I definitely expect a much more traditional Monster Hunter game will be good. Maybe, but probably not. Being on a cell phone, it probably isn't going to look that good or play that well. Sony says that the PS5 has hit 40 million sales, tracking slightly behind the PS4. It says the PS5 is now well stocked and seeing pent-up demand finally being met, which that pent-up demand finally being met may eventually come out the other side and reveal that there is no more demand after that point, or very little demand after that point. Let's see. Pikmin 4's first week of sales in Japan were more than the previous 3 games combined, which, yeah, looks like Pikmin has succeeded. Here we have some pre-made Pikmin 4 themed sandwiches at a convenience store, which that's not really that much of advertising, but whatever. The final Xbox Live games with Gold titles have been announced. Subscribers can claim Blue Fire and Internal Drift next month, and then that's the end of games with Gold for it being replaced with Xbox Game Pass Core, which I heard someone describing Xbox Game Pass with Core as actually being a better service than games with Gold. And I think it inherently is just going to come down to, did you like the idea that you're getting 1 or 2 new games, or different games at least, every month, versus Xbox Game Core, which is going to give you like 25 games or so always to own that are more handpicked, mostly from Microsoft themselves as far as quality games. it drastically changes what the offering is. Like, if you just wanted new random games, Xbox Game Pass, Xbox Live Games Gold was a better offering. If you want to play good games and for some reason don't want to individually buy the good games you're actually interested in, then Xbox Core might work for you. Although it all kind of falls apart when compared to like a Steam Deck and Steam sales, which that might be a better offer, or PC gaming of some sort in Steam sales. I'm still pro PC gaming despite having computer trouble due to overclocking nonsense and AMD Ryzen CPU overclocking. But yeah, Steam games, Steam sales still make a lot more sense than a subscription service, and there's no PC subscription service that really makes any sense. Humble Bundle is about the closest thing. If you buy all the Humble Bundle games you want to get to build up your Steam library, that works for a year or two until you eventually hit a point where you've purchased everything that Humble Bundle could possibly offer. Apparently the McDonald's Pokemon collaboration for 2023 has appeared online. They last collaborated with McDonald's in 2021. Does this happen around the world? I've never heard of a McDonald's Pokemon collaboration. You've got these like QR codes on the back of these Pokemon cards, which have different colored backs on them. Then it looks like there's just a collection of Pokemon cards that look like Pokemon cards to me. I can't see anything particularly special here. I'm not seeing a Ronald McDonald or Grimace or anything like that. They'll come in special Pikachu themed Happy Meal boxes. Poke Beach reported the promotion will start in the UK on August 2023. Packs quickly sold out in the United States. That led to UK implementing a limit on the number of packs that could be purchased by fans. However, Video Games Chronicle reported that this wasn't followed in several stores, as we were able to buy dozens of packs without purchasing any meals. So it seems like it's a special box over the foil, and then the foil itself maybe just has regular cards for the most part. What's match battle mean, though? Is that a easier, quicker way to play Pokemon? Maybe. Noticeably, there aren't any pictures being shown here of energy, and we're seeing energy on the actual cards. So I don't know if there's a way to play without energy. There's a full list here on Video Games Chronicle of the cards that allegedly will be in the Pokemon thing. McDonald's collectibles in general have a chance of being collectible because there are McDonald's toy collectors out there, on top of there being Pokemon collectors and trading card game collectors in general. So not a crazy idea to try and get this if you're one of those collectors, or if you think you know one of these collectors that you could sell to them, although that probably is not worth the effort. But yeah, this is one of those things that almost certainly is going to have quite a lot more cards come out than you would ever think, and they won't have any real value until potentially decades later, if ever. And it feels like one of these promotions that is not likely to satisfy kids as much as it might satisfy adult collectors. And in general, I would just hope and prefer that kids don't go to McDonald's in the first place. McDonald's has done a little bit to try to make their Happy Meals a little bit healthier, but overall, as a restaurant, they're still feeding you greasy fast food at the cheapest price possible. And yeah, there is definitely an argument to banning fast food in general, or at least holding it to incredibly higher healthy food nutrition standards. Way less sugar, way less fat and grease, way less red meat, way more vegetables and greenery. Moving on, Payday 3's closed beta is coming to Steam and Xbox next week, according to Video Games Chronicles. And then our last article is that the next free Epic Games Store title has been announced. Balloons Tower Defense 6 will replace Homeworld Remastered Collection and Severed Steel. That moves us to Komatsu articles. We talked about Life by You being delayed. We talked about the Game Boy games being released. The PlayStation China Hero Project action RPG The Godslayer from Panthea Games has been announced. Let's see, do we have a link to Steam? No. So we've got some screenshots. Looks fairly pretty for what they've got to show so far. But you certainly have to take any of these announcements from the China Hero Project with a fairly large grain of salt, in that these are companies that likely have not made anything before, or if they have made something before, it is going to be a several decades behind Chinese quality product, and there just isn't a lot of experience, or really any experience amongst Chinese companies to make modern games of any style, let alone AAA modern games, nor do they really have that mentality that to make a game that would appeal outside of China. Another RPG, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all RPG, called The Winds Rising from Thai Games has been announced. And let's look at this. Screenshots. Only 3 screenshots, and I kind of like this color palette, maybe not so much this art style. And then when in actual practical use, the blue really is necessary to stand out amongst all this green. This is a 32-second trailer, and it looks like this might be just in a teaser trailer, as it were. Basically, they have nothing to show. Then another RPG called Daba Land of Water Scar from Dark Star has been announced. Which, yeah, different art style. All of it very Asian in very Chinese in its depictions. Which, I mean, that's just the Chinese government censorship in general, is that it has to embody what they call traditional Chinese values, and things like skeletons and gore are not really allowed, and things that are set in modern times not really allowed. This looks like this is a Monkey King character with a big long staff. Decent amount of visuals here. Here you have a lady doing a traditional Chinese dance and showing a little bit of skin, but not really anywhere as much skin as you might see in a non-Chinese game. In a lot of ways, this just feels like this is a potential Dark Souls attempt at a competitor. And we've seen games like this hundreds of times before, and they all fail on some aspect. There just has not been a breakout success from any Chinese game developed game. Meanwhile, you also have to throw in the fact that Sony here is promoting and funding the development of these games. And so you have a Japanese company potentially trying to just develop games cheaply by using Chinese developers and abandoning the companies that they would have worked with, or the companies they could have created, and the creators that exist in Japan. Let's see. Next we have Exiled Edge China Joy gameplay trailer, which, yeah, we're far too late at this point. We're 2 hours and 50 minutes in to watch every trailer. This one looks like it's something more than just a Dark Souls RPG game, but just because there's more movement tech of running and jumping and dashing doesn't mean that the whole game isn't just going to still be a lot of hacking, slashing, or shooting of guns, it seems like in this case. The story is often not there in these Chinese games, and actual cities and actual other characters are often not there, and you often will see these games exclusively sold as, here's an open field and here's a monster. Isn't it so cool that you can quickly hack and slash this monster? But we've all seen it done hundreds of times before at this point. Most people paying attention to video games have seen it done. Ys 10 Nordics details a bunch of characters and elements if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Bunch of characters. And this is kind of the exact opposite of the China Joy announcements, in that here you have a Japanese game that is giving you far too many screenshots. Like, you're going through 3, 4, 5 screenshots before you even get a line of dialogue. Logic King is coming to PS4 and PC on August 24th. So this gotta follow. I think it probably should. Uh-oh. Well, we're in trouble now. I've apparently been signed out of the Steam. And reloading won't fix that. Well, this puts me in a very weird position where I'm going to have to come back after the stream and log in, or I can sign in now with it blurred. Let's just see if we can sign in now with it blurred. Well, that was easy. I clicked sign in and it just signed in. It didn't ask for a password or anything. Okay. That was weird. Looks like Logic King wasn't on the follow list, so we'll make a short around it. It seems like this is a card game that has only 9 cards, 10 cards in the deck, and it's more of a logical, mathematical thing. Might be a very different style of card game, which I'm willing to certainly think about playing a very different style of card game, although if it's not a collectible card game, it may just not have enough life in it to stick to in the long run. Moving on, retro shoot 'em up Nova Strike has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. It's now available too. I'm going to give this a follow, even though it very possibly isn't my style of game. We already talked about Tencent acquiring the Key, the parent company of Visual Arts. This is the studio behind Air, Clannad, Canon, and more. Not a lot more to say there. Monster Hunter Now launches September 14th for smartphones. Pre-registration is now available. This is the Monster Hunter game. guess this is worldwide pre-registration. Yeah, I imagine, I would hope at this point we're getting away from the idea of there being different versions of games in different countries. That's one of the problems I think of Destiny Child in itself, is that there is a Korean version that was very greedy, and then there was a Japanese version that had some different things that was slightly less greedy, and then there was the global version which had severely different things and was considerably less greedy while still being fairly greedy in the microtransactions you could actually buy. Although the global version also way more playable as a free-to-play player, where the summon rates when opening blind boxes were, from what I've heard, absolutely awful in the Korean version. But then, like, the Korean version and the Japanese version have more characters and more story. They're just further along in the story. And there is a question as far as whether those last few characters are going to be added to the global version, or if the global version is just going to be an inferior memorial version than, like, the Korean version would be. But you can't really start playing the Korean version or the Japanese version at this point, even if you could read the text. It's too late. A game called Rear Sekai has an official trailer. You want to check that out. Looks like it's a JRPG. It's due out for the Switch on October 12th in Japan, and nothing else. Goblin Slayer, Another Adventurer, Nightmare Feast, has its second trailer and key visual. This is the Goblin Slayer here, based on an anime, based on a manga called Goblin Slayer. Originally a manga, where it's just a incredibly brutal character killing incredibly brutal goblins. And then at some point, it looks like, in this game at least, it became more of a harem story, because you just have a lot of anime girls falling around the Goblin Slayer. But if anything, I think the joke might be that the Goblin Slayer gets followed by these anime girls who he saves just as a side note in his desire to kill goblins. And I don't know if he actually cares about any of the harem girls in any way. And he may very well be single-minded on killing goblins. Let's see. Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation Quest of Memories has added a PlayStation 5 version and a debut trailer. This is not a game I recognize, though. And if it's based on an anime, I don't recognize the anime either. I should know what CV means, but it means character something, or custom character, but don't really know the exact meaning there. And the trailer's not really showing me much there either. Macros Shooting Insight debut trailer is available if you want to check that out. This is a game out in 2023 for the PC, PS4, PS5, and Switch. No Steam link yet. A side-scrolling puzzle action game, Gift, for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC is going to be published by Bushido Road Games, and it's due out in 2024. Let's see. Side-scrolling puzzle game. Looks like it might be something, but there is not a lot of variety in these screenshots either. So it could disappoint. The Famitsu sales have been updated, putting Pikmin 4 for the Nintendo Switch in the top number, well outselling this week of Tears of the Kingdom. 15,000 units sold. for Tears of the Kingdom, 401,000 units for Pikmin 4, and that puts you at a very good starting point in general towards potentially outselling Tears of the Kingdom over its lifetime. If you could get another 400,000 next week, you would be up to 8. Do that for 2 more weeks and you'd be up to 16. 5 weeks from now, potentially Pikmin 5 could outsell Tears of the Kingdom. Will it? Probably not. It'll probably die down. Nobunaga's Ambition, which is also new, only selling 10,000 units, and the Final Fantasy game here for PS5 over its lifetime since it was released 6/22 is at 401,376. So first week of Pikmin 4 has blown Final Fantasy for the PS5 out of the water, which is mostly just continues to reaffirm that Nintendo Switch is doing incredibly better in Japan. You don't see another PlayStation 5 game even listed until Street Fighter 6, which didn't even sell 2,000 units in the 25th position, and Final Fantasy 16 for the PS4 isn't even on the list. Hardware-wise, there's still massive amounts after many years for the Switch OLED and the Switch and Switch Lite, well outselling the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 combined and PlayStation Digital Edition. And we're increasingly still seeing very high numbers for the Xbox Series X. Not much interest really for the Series S or the 22 units being sold for the 2DS LL. Which is kind of silly that they're still even reporting the 2DS sales, but whatever. We already talked about PlayStation sales topping 40 million. Lords of the Fallen extended gameplay presentation is available, 18 minutes of footage on Gametsu if you want to check that out. A Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 has been announced for all consoles and PCs due out in the fall. Did All-Star Brawl 1 actually come out? Or wasn't that one of the games that they took down because it needed more polish? I guess it must have really existed at some point. See if maybe we can do some more research here. You still run into the problem, even with Nickelodeon owning things like Ninja Turtles and Garfield now, there really is just not that many. Let's see, can we click on this picture to make it bigger? Yeah, you do it this way. There's just really not that many characters that make a lot of sense to make a Smash Brothers clone with. Particularly when you're heavily relying on things that parents of kids these days would have to be familiar with. Like Garfield and Ninja Turtles, arguably only Ninja Turtles is relevant these days. Garfield's really not. But then you get into really crazy things like Fairly Odd Parents and, I forget her name. This is just Ninja Turtles again. Here you have 2 SpongeBob SquarePants, which is still somewhat relevant, and then 2 avatars, which somehow is still relevant. But is this Courage the Cowardly Dog? Or no, this is Rocko's Modern Life, and Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents. And I have no idea who this character is. And is this Adventure Time character or somebody else? I don't know. You would think Nintendo would have a lot more modern cartoons or just new cartoons in general, and I would say I've never seen some of these characters before, and potentially I have never seen this character and this character before. But the fact that I can name all these characters really highlights that they are trying to lean on nostalgia for old characters instead of making new cartoons, which I probably would be surprised if I looked at what the lineup actually is for Nickelodeon. It probably is a lot of live action garbage or rerun stuff. Yeah. We'll definitely have to check to see if Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 1 actually existed or still is purchasable at this point. Hawked PC open beta test is set for August 3rd to August 17th. It's also, I think, worth mentioning that that's just not enough characters. It totally is not enough characters for the second game in a Smash Brothers clone. Like, that is ridiculously small in the numbers. Even if you're just going to have way more Square Bob Sponge Pants characters and Avatar characters, yeah, just having 4 or 5 characters from each of the cartoons you are including would make a lot more sense. And that's the other problem, certainly, with the Warner Brothers fighting game that they were trying to make, in that there's just not as many characters as there really should be. It probably would be easier to make a Smash Brothers clone with all new characters than it would be to try and make a Smash Brothers clone with existing properties you already own. Just because you could hire artists to make a bunch of variants. Unless you're going to try to do something like the Mortal Kombat reboot and make each character have a very tight, complicated fight stance and skill sets as far as button presses, which is what I imagine they're going to do. Is there's just going to be a lot of combos and different actions you can do, but that doesn't really work in a Smash Bros. Game. In a Smash Bros. Game, like, almost every character should have the same actions. You just punch forward, punch high, punch low, kick high, kick low, kick medium, back kick, back punch, things like that. Jump. That's probably the totality of your actions that should exist for a character in Smash Brothers. And then you just smash the A button, and it really should just be a button masher type game where you're just hitting over and over again. Maybe throw in objects that attack or change the way the attack works, but it's still just smashing the A button. Smash Brothers in itself is in the name. You're smashing the buttons, and it was designed in the era of GameCube, I believe. I don't think it was a Nintendo 64 game. Either way, both of those consoles have a giant A button, and almost all the actions were supposed to be done through the A button and mashing the A button. The Xbox Live Games with Gold games we had already talked about. Blue Fire and whatever. The Inertia D. Yeah. Inertial Drift. Let's see, we talked about Castlevania Nocturne premiering September 28th. You get a different screenshot and possibly a different teaser. Slender The Arrival 10th anniversary update has been announced. It's going to be a visual overhaul on Unreal Engine 5.2. I imagine it is otherwise not going to change much. So this is a case where this is a game on my wish list. I probably wouldn't ever really buy it or try to play it, but it does justify making a YouTube short since it's such a relevant game, as it's been copied so much. Actually, not really that relevant as far as reviews or all-time peaks, but I think relevant enough to get the 10th anniversary update. Coming out March 26th. I wish there was a 10th anniversary update notice here to justify why I'm making a YouTube short on it, but I guess I just will hope nobody complains too much about that. That game Haiti is still airing on my channel, and somebody put a long comment telling me what I can do to solve the game, which I appreciate the gesture, but the footage was recorded months and months ago, and I have long since abandoned playing Haiti and no interest of going back and playing it. Plus, I also have the capability of looking up a walkthrough as far as any problems. And I actually did look up ways to cheat in Haiti because I was having trouble killing the monsters, and did cheat to avoid killing the robot monsters, taking damage from them, and it still didn't help anything because I was still falling to my death far too often in a game that has no checkpoint system, really. So you would fall to your death, and then you would reload to the last place you saved, and then you would, from that last place you saved, have to move back to where you were. And frankly, it's just not a polished enough experience for my liking. Moving on, Blue Isle Studios announces a horror game called S Lost Chapters for PC. This is from the studio behind Slender the Arrival. So here we have them potentially trying to expand Slender Man into something more after 10 years. Although noticeably, if we were to open up them on Steam, what else do they really have to offer? They have the Citadel Forged with Fire, which is mixed. They have the game Valley, which I did cover, and it's alright, but not great. In a lot of ways, Valley feels like it was just an attempt at doing the exact same thing Slender the Arrival did without the horror, and 3 years later. But yeah, then they did something totally different with Citadel. And then Leap was supposed to be their most recent game, and it looks a lot like Valley itself, except for it's supposed to be a multiplayer game, where Valley is a single player game. You can see that's mixed. So yeah, Blue Isle Studios have succeeded on Slender Man and pretty much Slender Man only. Cook Serve Delicious Remastered has been announced for consoles. That's funny as a naming convention. So many games I refer to as Cook Serve Delicious, and actually this is not what I was thinking every time I referred something to being a Cook Serve Delicious clone. So I've just been stupidly using the wrong reference this whole time. Regardless, this is a cooking game still that I don't think I'm super interested in playing. Honestly, if I played a cooking game, I'd probably just get really hungry really fast and make shorter episodes because of it. King of Fighters 8 Global Match second PS4 open beta test is set for July 31st to August 16th. According to Komatsu, a Double Dragon collection has been announced for Switch, and a Super Double Dragon and Double Dragon Advance is coming to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. These are, I guess, missing entries in the collection before. Double Dragon, known, I guess, because of its iterative title more than a long-running success as a series. You can see a lot of these screenshots are of Double Dragon games I just do not recognize at all. I imagine Double Dragon also sold fairly well for NES and Super NES and has some nostalgia or history there. Of course, there is also the Double Dragon movie from like the 80s or 90s, and that certainly was a weird early video game movie, not really connected to the game much. Front Mission 2 Remake has a features trailer if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Iridian Chronicle 100 Heroes has been delayed to Q2 of 2024. Broforce Forever update launches August 8th alongside an Xbox One version. Let's see. Is this on Steam? I think it is, but I don't think I'm going to get a short link shortcut. Broforce in particular, I think was just not my style of game, and so that's why it left the follow list. But you know what, I'll just add it back up and reconsider. I don't want to do that very often, certainly, but every now and then it's worth reconsidering. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged Fast and Furious collaboration has been announced. Which at this point I would ask, are you going to see any of the people from Fast and Furious 2, or are you just seeing some cars from Fast and Furious 2? Because it really looks like you're just seeing a car. Let's see. Hot Wheels 2 Unleashed 2 Turbocharged came out, well, it is coming out in October. That's not on the fall list, so I'll make a YouTube short on that. You need to actually schedule YouTube shorts instead of just making them. Yeah. I'm always behind the ball. Just like always got more work to do. Like I bought that whole server rack and I haven't even unboxed it, let alone tried to assemble it, because that's just going to be another physical exerting project that I need to find some time to do, and I've got programming to do. It's just everything's overwhelming. Not enough energy, not enough time. Rydo gameplay trailer details and screenshots are available if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Of course, saying not enough time and then doing live streams for 34 hours is part of the problem, but then I think I'm doing the right thing by keeping myself informed about video game news while covering it myself. And certainly I've drastically increased the amount I've learned on a weekly basis about video games because I'm covering the news. Final Fantasy XIV expansion Dawn Trail and Xbox Series versions have been announced. Of course, there is definitely an argument here that I've become a consumer of video game news instead of a consumer of video games themselves by covering all the video game news in such heavy detail. Yeah. I don't know how you really adjust for that. At a certain level, I guess it would be fairly easy if my YouTube channel was successful and made any money to hire out anywhere as many as 3 people. Just have somebody cover the video game news on Monday, somebody cover it on Wednesday, somebody cover it on Friday, or not even go with that schedule because there's really no reason to stick to that schedule at that point. And then just have a whole team of news reporters around that. Of course, that doesn't work for big companies like Giant Bomb any more than it would for a small content creator like me, single content creator. And then our last Gamatsu article for today says Square Enix promises better Xbox support going forward. Square Enix is committed to working with Xbox going forward. This is interesting considering how Square Enix has really not been working particularly well with Western companies and their subsidiaries. Maybe Square Enix is finally trying to change how it does things, but I also wouldn't be surprised if this is just false platitudes being said. Moving on to GameDeveloper.com articles. Let's see. How intimacy coordinators improved romance scenes in Baldur's Gate 3. It definitely seems like Baldur's Gate 3 is selling itself on sex. Although they are perhaps trying to make an argument here that they're selling themselves on sex that is more woke, more modern, more appropriate. That being said, I don't know if I really believe it, because the headline just a couple days ago was that Baldur's Gate 3 was going to let you play as a druid who could turn himself into a bear, and yes, you can have sex with him in bear form. And you look at this art with what looks like a succubus or a vampire lady just like licking the neck of this guy. And yeah, I guess I'll believe it when I see it as far as better romance scenes. There is definitely a desire that there would be more adult content and good quality adult content in your average game. So particularly if a game is rated M for mature anyways, it should not just be M for mature for violence always. But there is an incredibly long history of people being childish in the way they write and depict adult scenes in video games, if they even have adult scenes in video games, which most of them don't. And even in the adult games that are sex games, there's incredibly low quality and childishness sometimes in how the characters are written and depicted and how the scenarios happen. Intimacy coordinators, I guess, have nothing else to do at this point in the middle of the strike. And in general, I feel like intimacy coordinators, while it sounds like just a made-up game name for a new pointless job, probably will help in a lot of cases. There's even in movies and such, like there's a thing on Amazon Prime called Carnival Row, which was fairies in a alternate history kind of Britain place. And there's every now and then in the 2 seasons, which I've watched the whole series now, just a sex scene between a fairy pixie character or and it does just come out of nowhere. And weirdly, at the end of the series, there's kind of this like friendship that turns into a lesbian romance that's never really shown. And obviously there should have been more of a romance shown if that was supposed to be the outcome at the end. But it just really does come out of nowhere. But particularly in Carnival Row, all the sex scenes could easily be removed and you would have a better TV series overall. Or you go Game of Thrones with it, which it is a fairly Game of Thrones like series, and just have nudity and sex in every episode. But the infrequent nature of it does make it off-putting. I am now on to watching season 2 of Good Omens, by the way, and that is going very well so far. I would say they've done a much better job in the season 2 of Good Omens in not introducing child actors or too many characters doing too many parallel things. Season 2 is much tighter of a story, focusing on the main 2 characters and what has happened between the main 2 characters. It definitely feels like it's using the last bits of the one author who died's ideas and moving slightly further into Neil Gaiman running the show. And so perhaps it gets a little comic booky in that there's too many flashback sequences back to back, or too many side stories back to back. But it does seem to be working fairly well as a series. But yeah, I'm just hoping they don't drop the ball too much. And I don't know how many Good Omens seasons you can really do before it becomes redundant. There needs to be a fairly big twist near the end of season 2 of Good Omens, and not just a resetting of everything back to the way it was at the beginning of season 2. Moving on through GameDeveloper.com articles, we already had talked about the long dead Neopets Flash games being revived after a developer shift of management. We already talked about CFO resigning, although the headline here really overemphasizes the CEO being fired 2 months ago, when the news story is it should really read GameStop's CFO, Chief Financial Officer, has resigned 2 months after the CEO was fired. Let's see. Pathfinder developer Owlcat has ditched an advertising tracking solution after fan backlash. Owlcat said fan reaction to app's flyer update, which would have allowed it to collect data including IP addresses and OS details, surpassed its worst expectations. So this might be the first time I've ever heard of a fan outcry and fan backlash actually causing somebody to back away from their sleazy tracking advertisement plans. A video game tracking you and putting advertisements on you certainly is unacceptable, and unfortunately that's how a lot of game developers want to go. Even AAA game developers like Microsoft want to put ads right in the middle of games to advertise to you, and they want to know those ads are hitting the audience that they want to hit, and so they want to track everybody because of that. Ad tracking in general should just probably be illegal. In any other context it would be illegal. A company couldn't hire a private investigator to follow you around non-stop 24/7 just to build a profile and advertise to you. That would be stalking. Let's see. We already talked about the Diablo 4 update to the UI. We talked about Remnant 2 hitting its series best concurrent player record. PlayStation 5 getting a rare temporary price cut. And then Final Fantasy 14 coming to Xbox instead of not 16. And that brings us to the Steam Fall List cleanup, and turns on our auto blur. I think Hyper 5 here is not really relevant. It's from January of 2022, so we get rid of that in the fall list. Hide is from March of 2022, so talking like a year ago. So we'll get rid of that. And then is Hush Hush a adult game? No, but it has an 18+ adult patch, which is to say yes. Yes, asterisk is the right way to respond here. So overwhelmingly positive with quite a few reviews for Hush Hush. Only Your Love Can Save Them. Seems like it's mostly visual novel though. And then it does have an 18+ uncensored DLC patchwork for $5.99. I think that is the problem here. Yeah. Well, I don't really consider price. Apparently they have voice acting in this. Yes, full audio English. That's what VA stands for. And this is definitely its own unique art style. There's something to be said about that. says interesting how they have the characters' faces larger in the background. I generally don't look at price, and so it would be rather unfair to look at price here, but the price is going to be a major factor as far as spending $6 for the uncensored patch when uncensored patches should be free. It's nice how they're crediting so many people. This definitely feels like this is a Western group of people that said, hey, let's make a adult visual novel and let's not cheap out on it. I don't think this is live 2D, but you do have interesting animation cycles actually happening here. So I'm going to put this on the wish list, but if I was ever going to purchase this, it would be very expensive because I would want to buy the DLC, the uncensored patch. And I definitely don't agree to the idea of uncensored patches costing money. Let's see, this is some sort of card game, but just don't think there's enough here. It says Hunted Kobayashi Tower, which I think this is Die Hard references. 92% positive for a card game that's just not really relevant. And I'm just not that into Die Hard. Like, Die Hard is one of those things where too many guys in general seem to be obsessed about it when I've personally never actually sat through the whole movie. Yeah, this game just isn't relevant enough to play, and visually it's not polished enough to play. Whereas Hunted Kill Vela is mostly negative, so we can take that off the follow list. Hunkenstein from July 27th, 2022. Looks like it's probably an asset flip horror game. Reviews don't seem to be particularly great. Yeah, people seemingly unhappy with what this is. A lot of screenshots seem like they're trying to be kind of a off-putting horror experience, but it also very easily is just an asset flip game with a black and white filter over it. And so, due to the lack of interest in it and the lack of reviews, I think we have to say no to this game. Yeah. There is a way to do this, but it's extremely, extremely difficult. It would be the equivalent of trying to make a brand new black and white game in 2020, brand new black and white movie in 2023. Is this an adult game? Doesn't look like it. 100 Fires, The Rising of Red Star. This, if anything, seems like it's trying to do a Metal Gear Solid clone. Which, with the announcements of like Metal Gear Solid Delta remakes, it does not make any sense to play a clone. It definitely doesn't make a lot of sense to have 100 Fires Rising of the Red Star Episode 2 on the follow list, which I would have to see if 100 Fires Episode 1 is on the follow list. There is no Episode 3. Yep. I can definitely see this as an attempt at like making an old school Metal Gear Solid game. But yeah, that's gone. That's gonna be no. Then next we have a game called Humanity Lost. I've probably gone too far if my entire fall list cleanup really is 90% garbage games that shouldn't have been on the fall list in the first place. Humanity Lost being a game like that. That being said, we did see at least one that looked good enough. Human Guys Chapter 1. I guess the name might be somewhat enthralling, but there's not a lot of relevancy here. And most of these screenshots are not that interesting. This looks like this might be an interesting cutscene. That's about it. In a lot of ways, this highlights a level of animation that I imagine more people have than they realize, but it's just not good enough, or at least not colorful enough to be turned into even a point-and-click adventure game. Let's see, English and Russian, which is also a bit of a red flag. And see, this is chapter 1, so I guess the question would be, is there a chapter 2? No. So effectively this game has just been abandoned, and so it's got to leave the fall list just for that reason. Got abandoned potentially over the pandemic. And then Human Fall Flat 2 is yet to be announced, so we'll leave that on the fall list. And that's going to bring us to all games that came out on Steam. Let's see. Let's try and burn through this fairly quickly. For your information, looks like nothing. Our first adult game, very quickly, Fantasy Amusement Park. Tall, big boobed, 2D colorful characters. It probably should bring back the 2D colorful versus 3D natural color palette description, more than just saying everything is anime style and colorful, basically meaning anime style. So yeah, Fantasy Amusement Park has 3 characters that look like they're in cosplay outfits, big, tall anime girls with big boobs. Looks to me like it is a visual novel, but they're also saying it's a casual elimination game, which I guess that means you're eliminating something on the screen to reveal the lewd and nude images behind it. Yeah, I don't think they mean it's like a murder mystery where you're eliminating suspects or killing off characters. Amusement Park. It's called Fantasy Amusement Park at the top. It's called Amusement Park: Lust lower down. It's $5.39. It says it has Japanese full audio. And yeah, it looks like it's fairly simplistic. Maybe a little cheaper, it would be better. Being fully voiced in Japanese, it is advertising around that. 7 different girls, 29 CGs. Price isn't terrible for an overpriced adult game, but it isn't particularly great. Next we have another 2D colorful adult, looks like visual novel called Manbishita space Osanazuma ni Namahame Nakadashi. So that's very Japanese here. It says Mariko finds out that she shoplifted and is humiliated, but gradually indulges in pleasure. So lady shoplifted, and then this is a standard kind of fantasies. So some anime lady gets caught shoplifting, the storekeeper forces her into sex, basically raping her on the threat of exposing her shoplifting, and then they turn out to like it. So that seems to be the entirety of the story on this. Now the price here on this case is $14.99, which is way more expensive, and it says it's English only, so why is the description in Japanese? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. It should be something closer. She gets caught shoplifting. Way too expensive. We're definitely seeing some bundling there, though, with two, like, 2D adult games, when there's been perhaps 2 or 3 fewer adult games. 2D adult games released this week, to the point where it's starting to get a little suspicious. And we still are very much not seeing any kawaii art style even. Every adult game that gets released is very tall, stretched out art style with the colorful anime palette and in very big boobs. This tarot card experience VR doesn't look good enough to do anything with. Same can be said for Danger Cliff. Here we've got a horror game called Terminal 81 that's nothing, and then a parkour game. We haven't been seeing a lot of parkour games lately either. This one's not particularly well animated at all, though. Alright, and then our first so it does seem like we're getting some bundling as far as games coming out on Friday and kind of back to back in the listings on new games that have been released. So we have a VR game called Cyberlust VR, which is 3D CGI characters. One of them is a lady with angel wings. It does seem like it's not a cat girl character, so cosplaying outfits. Some of them might actually be alien like characters. It's an interesting twist. It seems like there's 4 or 6 different characters, and some of them are kind of aliens. But it is an interesting twist in that it is VR, and that's the one thing adult content can only really do on PC and storefronts like Steam, compared to just a lot of the games that could have just been videos on a video site or even videos sold on DVDs. But it does seem like you're actually interacting somewhat, touching objects, twisting handles and knobs, and perhaps even interacting somewhat with the lady characters. It's $22.49, so it's not even particularly more expensive than a regularly overpriced adult content game. It says it's English, full audio. There's seemingly a little bit of gameplay where you have to find the right key in your backpack to open doors to get to a particular scene, but you can also skip all of that. There are 4 locations: the Kawaii Planet, Forgotten Land, Spaceship, and Mushroom Planet. You can independently set the lights and levitate both the girls and various toys. There are 30 static positions with no animation, which is weird because the video and screenshot seems to indicate that there would be more animation than that, but there is obviously going to be a split there where you're going to have some characters that are just posed in a way and don't move back and forth or have any animation, and then there's probably severely fewer animations where they're moving backwards and forwards. I definitely see in Cyberless VR the beginning of a product that could have some value. There's definitely a fairly high demand of content that you would want if for a VR app like that, and a lot of variety, and I just don't think we're anywhere close to having that level of variety and customization. But I do see the beginnings of it. Maybe 5-10 years down the line, this will be the standard way in which adult content gets made, and maybe rich people buying VR for adult content makes it VR even more reasonable, or maybe VR just gets cheap enough for it to make sense. It does kind of make some more sense to have an adult game in VR than it does to make other kinds of games in VR. Moving on, this Xanthium Zero doesn't look like anything. And then we're immediately back to another adult game. This time it's a 2D visual novel, but Goblin Down is the name of it, and the main female character is this green goblin lady with big boobs and a big butt. It's a funny pun for a game, but you would definitely have to have the fantasy as far as just green goblin skin characters going at it. It says it's a visual novel with fantasy, goblins, and cheating themes. It is $4.49 in English only, so it's not particularly that expensive. But yeah, I don't see too much to particularly like here. The goblin character's skin is just way too green. She's a very plump character with probably far too large of boobs, but maybe you would like that, but that's kind of it. Her boobs are kind of saggy too. It's like, which is big and saggy is not usually desirable. Hanging down a little too low. And yeah, we've got a lot of adult games today. Astro Paddlers Tower Defense. I don't think I would say yes to this. Does this have in-app purchases? Yes. So that's the thing that would be the nail in the coffin for that. West Hala. Looks like it's too simplistic of a game, so no to that. Snapback. Looks like nothing really that interesting from the screenshots. It's doing a very poor job of convincing me what this even is, because it kind of feels like it would be a parkour platformer. It says speedrunner puzzle platformer, but in practicality, I'm not really seeing a lot of that. In part, that's because there's no video here, and if you can't make at least one video, you're really doing yourself a disservice. In fact, I can kind of easily say I shouldn't make any YouTube shorts around the game that doesn't have a video, because that's just going to make a very boring YouTube short as it cycles through screenshots. Next we have Uptown Outbreak, which is a driving battle game, although the trailer here is just showing a very neon glowy LED looks like dress, or just highly reflective dress. But that trailer is really deceptive, having the lady in the dress walking forward when the actual game clearly is just driving a car and crashing cars. I'm going to be extremely generous here and give this a follow list just to see, put it on the follow list just to see if people like it, but I suspect the answer is nobody will ever review it. Then you have this one character that's going to talk to you probably severely and infrequently. Let's see, we have Toho Fantasy Knockout, which the Toho games, if that supports English, do seem to be a lot of them, enough to potentially say yes to this, or at least put a follow, make a short around it. So we'll do that. And then we are yet back to another adult game. This one is 3D, but I would say 3D characters with more of a colorful palette, so kind of more anime-y, purple hair characters. The 3D models here too are not the usual ones you tend to see, and it's sex rhythm onsen being a public spa in Japan, so it's definitely Japanese in its visuals, although it feels kind of asset flippy as far as the backgrounds. And then it is a rhythm game, so there are several sequences here where you're pressing buttons to match the beat, which there is definitely an overlap between rhythm games and adult games, and it does make some sense. I don't think this is being visually depicted particularly well for that. Interestingly, one of the rhythm games has a lady lying down fully nude and being massaged, which that is oddly something that just is not depicted as often as you would think it would happen. There is definitely a question as to whether players want to be scored playing something like a rhythm game while trying to see adult content. And inherently, the adult content here is just kind of very poorly animated. There's not a single screenshot here that looks good, or that's even really showing off a lot of nudity or like parts of the body you'd want to see. The game is $6.79, and it says it's English with full audio. Again, questionable as to why it's set in Japan in an onsen and not supporting any Japanese language. It has 3 characters, 4 locations, 8 poses, and over 25 music tracks. So even as a rhythm game, the music tracks might be a little low. In a lot of ways, you'd almost think that like a joke adult game like Leisure Suit Larry would have a rhythm minigame element to it than an actual adult game that's trying to potentially sell itself as an actual adult game. I don't think we're promoting the iCommission series. These hidden object games come off far too often. Let's see. Let's do some research here. And let's see. I commissioned some cats. 45 reviews. I commissioned some ladybugs. 17 reviews. I commissioned some dogs. We have just way too many of these games being released back to back every couple of weeks. And this is really a great example. Sorry. This is really a great example of where Steam Direct should have some severe limitations to it, where if you put out a game on Steam Direct, you're not allowed to put out another game for 6 months via Steam Direct, or you have to negotiate a higher fee after the first game you publish under your publisher title. The I Commissioned Some Bees series went up to number 10, and then they added a 0 even in 12 days, and then 14, 15. It's ridiculous. But yeah, here you have an example of somebody who really should be held back a little bit, or just because he's flooding the Steam market with games that admittedly don't look that terrible. It does look like this creator, this company, this developer is actually drawing these pictures and hand drawing them, so it doesn't feel like it's just an asset flip garbage game. There's a lot worse games to potentially kick off of Steam before you'd kick off this game, but even in this case, just slowing down people and having a speed limit, I would appreciate. I think speed limit, curation, as far as just the number of games a developer can publish for $100 via Steam Direct, is a better form of censorship than just straight up no eliminating games in total because you don't want them, which is really the only form of censorship Steam does really do, is that they keep almost everything. But yeah, I think I can justify slowing down people as far as the number of releases. Like, in general, when you think about the amount of time senators and political representatives are given to debate issues, nobody is really given an infinite amount of time, unless they are straight up just filibustering. And that's what this effectively is it's an attempt in some small way to filibuster the Steam storefront and have a new game from your developer and your publisher come out every couple weeks. And it's just too much. And even in that, maybe it's not so much filibustering as it is shouting. And in most rules of order in political and meetings and when people are debating things, you're not just allowed to shout as loud as you possibly can into a microphone. And yeah, perhaps it is closer to that when you're flooding Steam with games. Do I want to do anything with Tuna the Cat here? It almost looks good enough to say yes to, but it's not quite there. We can fairly quickly dismiss Dangerous Land as another low effort survival game. Here we have Mega City Police, which this Mega City doesn't seem to particularly be connected to, like, Judge Dredd. Here we have a game called Ant Keep. We might not see any more adult games after that long amount of adult games, and weirdly, we have now balanced it out so that the 3D CGI realistic style of adult games are either equal or even slightly fewer of those than the 2D more colorful anime style of adult games this week. But obviously there is still some separation that happened there, because we were seeing the 3D realistic color palette adult games both on Monday and Wednesday, and we've only really seen a big chunk of the colorful anime style ones on Friday. Guess I'm gonna say no to Woodfell here. It doesn't look like anything. And then here we have a game called Send, which just looks like a first-person shooter Doom clone. Nothing particularly interesting there. Then we have Project Asteroids. Suppose there is some slight danger with my auto blur that I would come over here and then that turns off the blur when I put the mouse cursor to the right of the screen by a few pixels, 20 pixels or so. But then if I middle mouse button click here, I am now in that section. So if I move even a little bit, it would auto blur that direction. So I kind of need the middle mouse click, which is a different extension, to close the tabs. But I need to click it somewhere around here, not over there. As for this game Gravity, obviously that's going to be nothing. And then inherently I would like to be able to move the least amount on my wrist, because this is going to cause repetitive stress. Certainly to just always go to the right and always go to the left, but not as much as if I had to go all the way to the left then all the way to the right to close a tab. For this game, Reset Odyssey doesn't quite have enough visual polish to say yes. There's another game like this, a third-person exploration game set in the post-apocalypse that looks a lot better than this does. Well, this looks too much like an asset flip. Here we have Crossroads, What Was Lost, Collector's Edition, Hidden Object Game. We'll make a YouTube short around that. And then next we have an adult game called, well, it's in the adult section, called Vanilla Beast Retro Knockout. And I am not sure what this really is, because to me this looks like it's a Punch-Out clone game. The difference being they're making some parody characters on like Hulk Hogan and other characters. Otherwise this is almost beat for beat clone or parody of Punch-Out. At some point you're fighting a shark from Jaws. Some of the characters definitely look like they're straight up from Punch-Out. And there's some background implications here of like girls in bikinis, but I think that's kind of it. Like I'm watching this whole trailer to see. The tragedy here is that this looks like a great adult game that has accidentally clicked the wrong box, and now nobody's going to ever see it. Let me just scroll down and look at the adult content. All mature content is locked within skippable story cutscenes and optional unlockable images. Retro KO has a censor mode and is perfectly safe to stream. Nudity and mature content is equal to that of an R-rated movie. Sexual scenes and nudity are on par with the movies such as Banshee, The Boys, Sin City, Piranha 3D, etc. Which, that's odd comparisons in general. And see, this is definitely the problem here with the adult section, is that how much it silences people from even seeing this. So here you have Mike Tyson ripoff. It is just Punch-Out with some grindy RPG elements, it looks like, and some cutscenes, and at some point you fight the Jaws. And then this is about the entirety, I think, of what you're mostly going to see, at least in censored mode. It's just bikini girls being highlighted, which kind of makes sense. Now, the visuals here look way, way worse. I don't know why that is the case. And this is just kind of off-putting as a different element. Again, just bikini girls title cards. It has the workout scenes from Mike Tyson Punch-Out. And so this game has caught my attention greatly, and if anything, I kind of feel like, as a fan of Punch-Out, I may very well have to play this game to just highlight it and go, they've screwed up by putting this in this way. It's marked as having frequent nudity or sexual content, which means it would be hidden by default by most people, when there just really isn't that much there to justify doing that or having that content. There definitely is an argument that you could have like female topless boxing type game and put it in the adults section. There's Skeletor and Elvira in the background. But yeah, that's just not what this game is. By the way, as a follow-up to a story I mentioned, it doesn't have anything to do with video games, but I guess I can't make a YouTube short on this, unfortunately. We could try, but it won't work. The YouTube's OnlyFans streamer, not a YouTube streamer, the OnlyFans streamer lady who was a boxer who won her boxing fight and then pulled up her shirt and showed off her almost certainly prosthetic breasts, has been sidelined at some point. She claims she's taking time off to heal from the last fight, but there were also claims that she was straight up suspended for doing that. Which, if anything, her doing that may have been the best thing for boxing in decades. If that just becomes even the possibility, you may get a lot more viewers of particularly female boxing. I'm just making sure that this next game is an adult game. It doesn't seem like it is. Here we have a visual novel called Sugar Sweet Temptation with the moe anime style. Giant heads, shorter anatomically inaccurate bodies. Yep. I don't know if there's really anything more to say here, though. $21.24, full Japanese audio. Yeah, not too much to go with. Part of the moe art style certainly is you have these anatomically shorter characters, but then they're doing things that would have been jobs for high schoolers or college kids. And of course they all say they're 18 years or older, but the clothing in general just does not match what someone of that height age normally would be if they were going for in proper lengths and proportions. The bust size is obviously often bigger too. Heads giant, eyes giant. It is a weird form, I suppose, if you were to dive very deep in an anthropological way, of almost mutilation in a digital factor of what a character was, instead of like Chinese foot binding really happening to Chinese ladies and then binding and deforming their feet, or in Africa people putting big discs in their ears or their lips and that being their form of beauty for that culture. The Japanese have embraced animation, and the animation has evolved to the point where they're just trying to find ways to make characters be cuter and more colorful and sugar, saccharine, sweet, which is even in the title here. And so they have taken elements of younger kids, babies, young children that make them cute, and put those elements on characters that can't be kids for the timeline and age and the mental maturity there. Which, yeah, when you compare the two, like Chinese foot binding or lips and earrings and body modification happening to real people versus the moe art style or the kawaii art style, which is a little less extreme in Japan, the comparisons are fairly wide in favor of doing it to fictional characters than real characters. How many more games that we have to talk about? Wow, a lot. I need to move faster. This has been an incredibly long stream, but with no bugs, so I can happily report so far so good. I've not had any problems with Firefox. Fallcroft Monastery doesn't look like anything. Spire Horizon doesn't look good enough. Pseudo Dorgilia. You run into a problem certainly when you see this style, in that this could be like a throwback to a PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 game. But that really doesn't mean anything to me as somebody who didn't play PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games. Even at the kind of nostalgia for older Tomb Raider games, this animation is still a little behind that. I do think there might be room for games that are kind of more simplistic in their color palettes and not just trying to be hyper realistic with a ton of foliage and a ton of brown shades for everything. But this isn't anywhere close to that level of quality. And if anything, this is highlighting one of the problems of old games like that, and that you're really having to do a lot of wall kicks and moving to get from point A to point B. So I'm gonna say, I guess I'll be generous and put this on the follow list. I shouldn't be too critical. Underground Undaunted Normandy, I'll give a chance to, just because it's a war game and there still seems to be fans of war games. The Book's Tale, A Hop Adventure. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 10 to 20 years that war games from like World War II pretty much completely go away once people weren't even alive when World War II happened. Yeah. No to A Book's Tale. I Ally. Doesn't look this. One of the things I'm also not taking into consideration at all here is just how many games I've played already that were very pretty looking in the screenshots and then played just awfully. Maybe I'm doing a little bit of a better job by making sure people actually review games more, but there definitely have been games in the past where I have not... I have been tricked by the prettiness of things. The visuals. This seems like the beginnings of a decent puzzler, but every single screenshot is just the same room. So there's just not enough variety here for swap shot. Let's see. Demonic Supremacy. It looks visually polished enough to make a short on it, but I personally will say no to putting it on the follow list. Because, yeah, I can barely muster enough interest in playing the Doom remakes, and maybe Serious Sam. I can't go down the path of playing a whole bunch of Doom clone type games. We have a game called Virtual Museum for Virtual Art, which for the most part looks just like the museum and no art at all. It's just like an empty seems like there's not even really a system to hang your own art if that's what you were trying to do. Free to play game. I guess the price is right, but boy does it seem like there's nothing on the wall to actually see. And at a certain level, I question if this isn't just asset flipping in a different way to just get people to like your first game and review it well, so then you can gain some credibility you don't really deserve to sell your next game. Let's see. Next we have something called Fingernail Floss, which looks a little too wild out there. I'll give it a chance by putting it on the fall list, but I'm not going to make a short on it. Not very good screenshots there. Autumn Hike. I think for the most part we have to say no to what are just asset flipped walking through the forest games. Even if it might have a few objectives, I really need more narrative and more of a story. Next we have an RPG maker looking game called Crown of Light, which I'm going to say no to. And then we have Elysium Trails, which I'm going to say no to. And then we have Street Legal 1 Revision, which I'm going to say no to. Looks like a mobile game. And then we have 13 Origin Chapter 1. Losing me on the screenshots. It almost would have caught my attention, I guess. We actually haven't seen a lot of horror games today. That comes and goes fairly consistently. Yep. Nope. We have about 5 more games. Concludes to The Drifting Prefecture. Looks like a poorly animated horror game. Dark Screenshot Syndrome also. And we have yet another 2D colorful adult game, this one called Sex in the Sky, which has tall, big-boobed stewardess ladies. Which I guess if you have a fetish for stewardess ladies, which I don't know how many people really have that. Rich people that maybe fly a lot. I just don't feel like, first of all, stewardess tend not to really even have any kind of uniform these days. But even back in the day, their outfits and uniforms I don't think were that interesting. Just kind of funny hats for in an era when funny hats would have been more common. Apparently it's just a 2D puzzle game, but I'm not even seeing the 2D puzzle aspect. You have 3 ladies with different haircuts, and that's pretty much it. It's just like 3 white ladies. I probably should mention skin color. The vast majority of all the characters have light skin, white skin, either being Asian of some sort or Anglo-Saxon white people. Doesn't really seem to be much of anything else. That being said, the price is right at a discounted price of $1.19 right now. It says it's English only with no voice acting. There's 20 achievements, which I imagine means there's exactly 20 puzzles for these static 2D images. The other problem, though, you run into with adult games like this is that for the $1.20, can you just find these images online for free? And did this person, you'll never know, but the question should be asked, did this person just download these images off the internet for free and put them in their game without paying a license or getting permission? Noticeably, if this wasn't a puzzle game and if it was a visual novel at least, then you would have an actual story to the idea of joining the Mile High Club, I guess, with the stewardess. But you're not getting even that. You're instead just getting images, still images with no story and no characterization and no audio voice acting. So for an audio visual medium, just a static image is not much of anything. This is interesting to be playing soccer on a hard top like basketball court. It seems fairly dangerous to potentially play soccer, and this game is encouraging a high level of pushing and punching and shoving that would not be allowed in any regular soccer game, any professional soccer game. So yeah, I don't know if it's particularly wise to encourage violence amongst football soccer players in the first place, or playing on hard tops. This really just comes off as very a weird twist on soccer, certainly. And then it kind of feels like there might even be some other things you do where you're just chasing after people, running and jumping and punching. And it's not just soccer. Yeah, it says it's parkour, combat, and football mechanics. That seems like a weird combination. But not a weird enough combination to really catch my interest with this level of polish on it. So I'm going to say no to that. Maybe I'm being a little too critical there. 2 more games. Superbox Delivery Beyond Horizon. Looks interesting enough to get a YouTube short. And then yet another adult game. We have had way too many 2D colorful anime style adult games today. Clearly there has been some bundling happening of today in which what should have been at least a week, if not 2 weeks worth of adult games should have been approved over the course of the last 2 weeks, have all been held back to this Friday in hopes that fewer people will see it and that they will potentially compete against each other and reduce the number of sales overall of adult games. That's my tinfoil hat conspiracy, at least. Otherwise, it's just poor procedures and poor things. If anything, it feels like all the colorful 2D anime style games were held back after that last announcement that adult games were not being allowed on Steam, and then whoever didn't allow those adult games on Steam was pushing for a much longer list of adult games to not be allowed on Steam, and they got overruled 2 weeks later. But yeah, our last game today is called Super Smash Gal's Ultimate Orgy, which, if this really was a fighting game and not a visual novel, that would be an interesting idea, certainly, as far as like a Smash Brothers adult game. Here you have a screenshot that's rather explicit and extreme as far as a public humiliation fetish. Yeah, there's another one of the public humiliation things, and then a lot of characters doing the a he gal face, and a lot of characters just doing visual novel dialogue. The cutscenes and the animations look fairly nicely animated and very varied in more extreme fetishes, and the dialogue looks long, to say the least, so it's not just going to be simplistic one sentences. It is $9.59. It is English, Japanese full audio, Chinese, and Spain Spanish, amongst other languages. There are 4 white girls, although one of them has purple hair and definitely might be more Japanese in the style. They all are tall, stretched out, big boobed characters still. 19 impact scenes. Weirdly, artwork upscaled to 16:9 and 4:3. Who is still playing on a 4:3 monitor? Let's see. Pregnant character at one point. Blackmail at one point. Non-consensual acts at one point. As far as the mature content rating. Yeah. Well, this one looks like a fairly Super Smash Gal's Ultimate Orgy. Looks like a fairly good quality adult game. Is it good enough to really put on the fall list? No. because I have to be realistic here, and this is, looking at the screenshots, not going to be a story, or it's not going to have enough of a story or enough censorship for me to actually cover it. But yeah, it does look like we had some quality there. And in general, that's another thing to point out here, is that compared to the realistic 3D CGI adult games that we saw on Monday and Wednesday, the percentage of higher quality adult games fairly went up by a small amount when we saw the big bundle today of 3D CGI. 2D colorful anime style games. Meanwhile, I've got more work to do as far as this whole festival goes, and I've got a solo Duel Live to watch too. It's somehow became a really long stream, and I don't know if that's because we had a lot of games on news or if I just got on a rant too much, but we have gone a very long time today, and gladly had no problems with Firefox, no problems with anything else crashing or the computer rebooting, and so I think I feel a little bit safer because of that. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me even further, there's some links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.